DeWitt is here. Aztec Archive, Mad Hatter, Tripods Garage, John Lindbaum, Maker Viking, Pistachio, Mr. David Allen, Power Edition. What does that mean? Nabend. That zip tie clip is awesome. Just don't use silk filament. Delaminates. Hot glued in. Come on, guys. Hot glued in. You want to see what's in the box? You can't handle what's in the box. Oh, God. No. Especially since it'll get hot enough inside that box to melt hot glue. Hello, Colin. My brother wanted a tool that popped up from that special site this morning, and I think he might be SOL on it. I think it's gone. I got a coffee deal. They had a discount on 100 K-cups on Amazon, and they are good. Vermont maple, southern pecan, and cinnamon, especially. From a company called Crave. No, I think he might be beat on that drill. I don't see it. Like $14 for 100. Seemed like a pretty good deal to me. Yeah, I got a little bit of a late start today. Ooh, meat slicer. Did I get a meat slicer? 16-inch pizzas for $1. Holy crap, it's pizza for the next 2 weeks. That's really good. You can't even buy the dough for $1 a piece. Nice job. You see, back in Pennsylvania, this would be an instant buy. Well, I don't have to pay for it, but I'd grab this right away if I was back in Pennsylvania. Because that shop that I go out of in Bensalem, I would regularly get 10-pound blocks of lunch meat. And if I bought the block frozen, it would last a lot longer. You know, if I bought it whole. Because once you slice it, you're multiple orders of magnitude increasing the surface area on the meat, so it goes bad faster. But I don't have access to that kind of meat resource here, so that's kind of pointless. Or they made Jada. That's just mean. I pinged my brother last night about a drill and mixer that was available for bids, but I think it's gone. Big ticket items that I'm unsure of. Go get that business. I don't get unless he confirms with me that yes, he wants it. His truck got broken into and they stole all of his tools. What'd you order? What'd you order? What'd you order? But assembled in Mexico. Oh my god. This is why I spent so much money buying this chair. Because, you know, I just have to, I would keep buying chairs like this, you know, cheaper though, you know, about $200. And what I would do is I would take the bottom of the chair. The reason you guys never saw a different chair. I would take the bottom of the chair and bolt it to my top of my chair. Well, this last time, the top of the chair finally broke. Like the bottom is actually still good, except the piston keeps dropping, but I got a new piston. But the top of the chair finally broke. So the... Pepsi. What? Cherry Pepsi. I'll bite you. The cats will attack you. They want to be fed.
What do you think I'm doing?
They're hungry. Oh, I got another one of those 12-volt coolers. Couldn't believe it. 4 o'clock this morning. I couldn't sleep, and I was like, "What's Vince got?" And there it is, right there, on a 37-quart 12-volt AC/DC cooler. I was like, "Yeah!" I snatched that so fast, no hesitation, just gimme. Because this thing's been wonderful, man. We keep our drinks in here, and now I got Michelle liking the 32-degree sodas and juices. And she's got me absolutely addicted to this crap. This Nestle Splash. It is so freaking good. We're gonna have like a stockpile of this crap. And if it gets me drinking more water, all the better. I think you're beat, Logan. I don't see it. So I think they grabbed them all. That's a pity. That's a riv nut gun. Let me check the specific category real quick. So it could be under patio, lawn and garment, and outdoor power tools. Pressure washer, chainsaws, metal detectors. Nope. Tools and home improvement. SPC 3D. And power and hand tools. And nope, not here. So he is beat. It's gone. Sorry, brother. It's gone. Yeah, he's doing good. He's doing what he's got to do. He's doing great. I hope he keeps doing it. You know, he just had a setback with his car being broken into, and he's got all kinds of things he's got to fix on it, of course. But he's handling it. You know, he's not freaking out. He's not doing anything stupid. I've been doing what I can to get him replacement tools. What's this? Can you do a little later after 4? Question mark. Selling all the pellets that I don't need now since I'm running heat pump. Happy critters. The little furry demons are about to be fed.
Not like getting fed.
I said they're about to be fed, and yes, they are late being fed.
Why?
Because it's supposed to feed them at 9 and 9.
No,
Yes.
not on Wednesdays.
No, you don't get to just keep pushing that forward. She'll wake up at like 2 in the afternoon to feed the cats. And they're like climbing the walls by that point, like, we're hungry. Noel scared the living hell out of himself last night somehow. And I have no idea what scared him because I was watching him when he scared himself. He was right next to the bed, next to my little trash can there, you know, that little stainless steel trash can. And he acted like, you know, lightning popped him in the ass or something because he twisted around, jumped up, hauled ass for the door, and looked back on his, all low on his fours like he's ready to attack something. And then Ender's in the bathroom entryway going, what's he looking after? What's he looking after? Trying to figure out what in the world, and Noel was running from. I have no idea what touched him, what, who knows? He thought something grabbed him or something. Crazy cat. Hello, Rick Stendon. Yeah, I'll be making a, I think it was DeWitt, so he's not going to be here to hear this, but I'm going to be making a modification to his little hold down. If you guys have ever seen, I can show you a picture. Yeah, I just stepped on one right before starting the stream. Yeah, I screamed a little bit. Because my yard is completely filled with them. Like, we've had an unusual amount of rain here. Like, way more rain than we normally get. To the point, like, I can't even get to the left side of my yard back there behind the containers. Because it's a jungle 5 feet high. I've never seen that much vegetation ever here. And anyway, these are the zip tie mounts. So you got a little sticky tab, and then you run your plastic zip tie through here, and you hold down cables and whatnot. And well, he designed a 3D printed one. I gave him a couple suggestions to beef it up a little bit. It worked. It's much stronger. But I'm going to modify it again. I'm going to make them a little larger. I'm going to put a hole straight through the middle. So instead of using sticky back tape, I'll be using a screw and screwing it right into the building. The messages get removed. What messages? Oh, you can't @ people? I didn't know you could @ people on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything that they can properly stick to, they work really well with. It's just very handy. And so having a 3D printed version is nice. Ooh. Well, let that one go through, kind of. Yeah, well, that's how, what are we printing today? Dick T-Rex. Well, it depends on whether or not this board is hot glued in here or not. Someone apparently got one. They hot glued the board in. It's like, come on. You should be past that kind of crap by now. Where's OBS? Set priority above normal. It's like, really? We're still doing crap like that? 5 years in? No excuses, artillery. You're an established company now. Remember, try not to be too loud, okay, Michelle? I say just remember, try not to be too loud. Because the microphones are very good. So, no, don't say something you don't want showing up other people to hear. Yes, I have links in the description. So the one is just a Cyber Acoustics, cheap 1080p camera. But the other one, this one here, is a document camera. That's very cool. This is the Genius Pro. I'm trying to figure out what's different about it from the Genius. I mean, I didn't see any real difference on the website description. At least I didn't look over very hard, though. Okay. Likes what? Hey, an actual printed manual. I like that. What, Michelle? Yeah. And the duct already popped off. There is the duct that was no longer attached. Is cracked and broken. So we need to work on a little packaging there. Come on. Come here. You know you want to come out. That's it. Ends are taped down. USB port and SD card slot. I do like the 60 wide beam. I still, even though it works fine, I'm still not a fan of the plastic top. Alrighty, where is the blower? There's the blower. It is a Volcano. It does have a sock. The little blower duct popped off. Oh, the fan's cracked too. So that's not entirely their fault. That got smacked up in shipping. So what we're going to do is use a piece of tape to hold that together. Over here. It should allow us to get through the day. Well, the fan is cracked, so I'm probably going to replace the fan. I do like that it's a thicker blower, which usually means not as noisy, not always. So, there's that. There we go. So I just tape that on real quick. So we just tape that duct on there, and that should hold to get us through what we're doing. I like the exposed gear. If I remember right, that was hard to get to on the original one. So this one that's nice and exposed. As usual, not a fan of the ribbon cable, but they are using a hold down. I don't know if you can see this. There we go. Whoop, there it is. You can see there's actually a hold down. Where am I at? I must be looking at a different motor. There it is. Okay. So this one has one too. There's a hold down to hold that ribbon down and hold that ribbon in place. That's good.
Hear me? I'm going to.
No, it's like if you ran a. Oh, it's kind of like having the strain relief on your heat bed. You know, it's already attached, but then you have a second attachment point to hold it in place to keep it from yanking the connection. So this will keep the ribbon cable from being yanked, which in theory should make these connections much more reliable. So that's actually a very that's a very pleasing thing to see. I like seeing that little upgrade right there. And is that removable? Yeah. So it's just a clip. So they made themselves little clips. So these pop off. Yeah, I have one of the original X1s, and it doesn't have it either. I do not like the belt attaching the two sides together, but this belt is actually under tension. So they actually did it right this time. Because if I remember correctly, the first one was real loose. It was not good. So that's good to see. What else we got here? Okay, so they changed this over. So you have the ribbon cable coming into this unit here, and then you have like a PCB style connection in there. So that makes that a little bit more robust. Let's switch views here. There we go. My mug doesn't need to take up most of the screen. So that's good to see. It's all pre-wired. It looks very neat. Zip ties to hold it during shipping. We have a BL Touch type thing here. inside here, we have, seriously? There we go. So in here you have your breakout board. Then you have your BL Touch equivalent here, so that's how they're going to do their ABL. I'm never a fan of the BL Touch because the offset difference between the nozzle and the BL Touch is like 2 millimeters. And the problem is your print can warp enough to where it grabs that. That's why that'll usually get damaged. See, that sticks out, and then when it touches, it pops back in. And its rest position is higher than the nozzle. But if any part of your print warps, that takes a beating. Because now they do have it offset, so it's sitting over here and forward a little bit, so it's not directly in the filament path. But you don't just print squares. Exactly. And that's why one of the reasons why I'm not a fan of the BL Touch. That's one of the reasons I do like the strain gauge method, because it's really hard to damage it. So it is direct drive, beefy blower, a nice well-exposed cooling fan on the side with a metal grill, which means that fan is going to have like no resistance. So as long as that is a decent quality fan, that should be pretty quiet. ABS parts covering up the different portions of the bridge to make it look pretty, but it should be just a couple of screws and these should pop off. Otherwise, this is pretty exposed, so it should be relatively easy to work on this without too much trouble. I do like that. And they cover up sharp edges with the plastic piece. A little more refined. They're just making that little tiny bit of extra effort to refine it a little bit. And that's not a bad thing. Although they still are using the micro screen. I call it a micro screen because it's tiny. But then again, in reality, that's good enough for a 3D printer. You don't need a giant screen's nice, but it's not necessary. I do like the micro SD and the USB socket. The USB socket especially is pretty nice. I would suggest replacing whatever they include. If it's not skinny, replace it with something skinnier. Let's see what's in the little toolkit. Now this I do like. I love that they do this. Although I would still like this bag to be big enough to contain the manual. So either make the manual a little smaller or make the bag big enough. Does this remind anybody else of the 90s? Hello? Hang on a second, guys. I gotta take this. Sorry about that. That was an important call. I had to take that. Who's this? I finished my live stream at 4 p.m. So anytime after 4. Okay. How was Naomi? Naomi and the twins. What's that? I want to look at this manual. Let's give you a little more altitude. USB drive. It's that little metal one. Connect the PCB. The spool holder I hate, but it works, you know. That connection, they actually do talk about adjusting the eccentric wheel. Very nice. Now, this I like. It looks like they have pass-through tensioners using the Allen key. Now, isn't that interesting? So, is that adjusting the wheels inside there? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. Although, without being able to see the damn wheels, how would you know to adjust them? You can't adjust the wheels if you can't touch them. Unlike the other axes, you can't just jiggle it. No, I have no idea where she's going from here. Hopefully she'll get another contract with somebody. Let's see what they talk about leveling the build plate. Okay, they're talking about setting the offset. Okay. And the rest is software junk that I don't need. Okay. Not bad. Let's see what we got in the goodie bag. Exactly. Yeah, maybe it's 70s, but for me, I guess I was probably looking at 70s textbooks when I was in school in the 80s. So that would actually make sense. USB cable. What the hell is this? Is that a spool holder? Hey, no filament included. What gives, Artillery? A Pro model and you still don't include filament? Couple of hammer nuts and Allen keys, although they are the nasty short Allen keys. And they include crappy Allen keys, but they include a real nice wrench. I mean, that's actually a genuinely nice wrench for something that comes with a 3D printer. Spare ribbon cable. Looks like 2 of them. Okay, so that's good. Oh, no, wait a minute. 1 ribbon cable. And then this is, I think this is tape to hold that ribbon cable down. Oh, that's the rollers for the spool. Looks like a spare nozzle. 2 spare wheels. Strange part to include spares of, because if you use quality versions, that should never need replacing. And then a 1 GB drive, perfectly adequate. The only thing I don't like about these things is that they stick out. So this screams break me. You know, that just screams I'm going to tear you off one of these days. That I'm going to slide my hand across this printer and rip that thing right off there. Does the bed. The bed should only have 4. It doesn't make sense to use more than 4 on a bed this small. My English is free. But yeah, let's take that out of there before I whack it, since I almost did exactly that. So we have 2 wheels on this side, 2 wheels on the other side. They are using the good die compression springs. This bed is loose, as you can see. So this is the jiggle jiggle. Why can't I hit that wheel? There it is. Well, there's a smaller bed, so really wouldn't make sense to include. Yep, 8mm and 10mm. There we go, we're getting there. Back is still loose, front is tight. That is good. And we are not too tight, and the bed is nice and stiff now. The bed is adjusted. Now, one issue that I have, I think, that they give you the ability to adjust the eccentric wheels. So there's a screw here that you use the Allen key for to adjust the eccentric wheels for the Z-axis. The problem is the Z-axis is physically adjusted. So to adjust the Z-axis, you have to play with these wheels. So you spin one of the wheels, and if the wheel is loose, you got to tighten it. So a discrepancy in the top and bottom wheel tells you your axis is not straight, and this wheel here, you adjust until it just grabs. Well, 4s, and I prefer 6 on the 334 size printers, but on a i3 size printer like this, 4 is plenty. Oh, 3 is plenty. But you can't adjust this without seeing it. You can't even tell this is loose without touching it. So there's no point in adjusting this without feedback. So I would have to remove this shroud somehow to be able to even think about, is that metal? No, it's plastic. Wait a minute, is that metal or plastic? I gotta bite it. Oh my god, it's metal. These are metal. Those might not be so easy to remove. No, it can't be metal. It's got to be plastic. I'm seeing mold lines here that are clearly... Why does it feel like metal? Is that metal? I think these are metal. Yeah. That's interesting. These buckets here, these things are metal. So this bracket for the Z-axis and all this is one metal piece. That's impressive. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's impressive. That's a fancy, expensive chunk of metal. Like good clamp-on style. Couplers, I like that. It is dual Z, and if you're dual Z, you don't need a timing belt. Okay, that's interesting. Again, though, I can just barely see the wheel there. So that's how they're able to use a screw here to tension the wheel, because this is a solid chunk of metal. No real taste difference. All right, let's get the simple assembly deal then. This should be as simple as plug and play. Ooh, 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 ooh. Let's look at this. I like this. Where the hell am I going? Oh, that's where I'm going. Now, that's what I call bed connection. And it goes all the way under to here. So that bed connection goes all the way to here. Oh, I think that's probably one of the best bed connections I've ever seen. It's sheathed. It looks like it's got to be pinned in here somewhere, because it goes, I can't tell how far in it goes. Oh, it stops right here, but it's flat against this entire plate here, and it looks like it's pinned here, and it slides into here, and there's even a dedicated plastic lined channel for that bed wire to roll back and forth in. That is awesome. It doesn't look like there is any. At least I can't see it. Let me get a light in here. Oh, there is strain relief. Okay. So it's a big flat plate. Hang on. I can't get to it without peeling it off, but there definitely is strain relief. Is this an AC heat bed? Because this is a pad under here, not a PCB. So I think they're using an AC heat bed, or at least they're using a heating pad. Let me give you guys an angle you can see. See? There's your connection point there. You can see it's an entire, that is not working well. That's a whole heating pad. There it goes. There's the focus. I'm impressed. Well, that's no. This is installation. This is a heating pad. It's a silicone heating pad. They took away the installation here in order to facilitate this cable guide here. So there's your heat fed cable. I think that's one of the nicest arrangements I've ever seen for that. And your strain relief is right here. It's a big connection point with a big pad surrounding it. That's one of the best heating bed setups I've ever seen. That's nice. I like that a lot. Now, look at this. Optical end stops. Nice. They cut out the channel here, which allowed them to put this in more inboard, so it's not sticking out the back end, although they probably should have put those fancy covers on the end of this, because that's pretty sharp. or at least bevel that edge, because that's pretty nasty. Well, this is a fantastic design. That does not mean it's properly implemented. You can take the best design in the world and you can implement it like crap. But your paths for your belts are straight. So there's no parallelogramming on the belt path. This is all very different from the last printer. I have the other Genius, and it's very different from this. The overall design's the same, but the execution of individual parts is very different. That feels a little loose. You tell me they have a cutout in the original one like this? I don't remember that. This is totally brand new. I do not remember the original one having a machined cutout in order to avoid parallelogramming the belt path here. I don't remember that. We are set for 115 already. I'll have to check mine, because I'm surprised I missed that. If the original, unless you have a later model, unless that's something that they added later. Okay, I don't remember seeing that. And I like the hold downs for the ribbon cables, because I'm not a fan of the ribbon cables. So those hold downs should help. I still think they need to include a short drive instead of including this long drive. They need to include one that, that barely sticks up like that, so that you're not going to break it off. My X1 definitely did not have this cutout. Now, I did get one of the original X1s, so maybe they made a change early on, but I am 99% certain that I could be wrong. I'll double check. I'll have to find my X1. It's here somewhere. It's probably in one of the crates in the bus. But I'm pretty sure my X1 did not have that. But again, that might be something that X1s now have. That maybe in the early days it did not. Okay, what is that? That looks like that's probably for the filament runout switch. That'll be stepper motor. I'm guessing end stop. Break up more PCB for the vertical. Hey, Jamie. I don't do too much kissing of stuff, but I do like biting. I do have a thing for biting. Let's find out, but I want to get this installed before I break it. I got all this light and I still have trouble seeing this. I am going to check the board. We're going to do that in just a moment. Okay, what's that connect to? I got a random connection here. I don't know what it's for. The hell is that for? Am I missing an end stop? Should there be dual end stops on this? I have a plug here. See that? I got a plug here that doesn't go to anything. I don't see a Z end stop anywhere in this packaging. At first, I thought it was the filament runout, but that's over here. You know, that's a good. Well, no, there wouldn't be a Z end stop because you got the BL Touch. Unless they were going to implement an end stop. And so that's the wiring if you're not going to have an end stop. Yes. That's what we're assuming it for because I see the screw holes where an end stop would go. You guys can't see that. I do see the screw holes where an end stop would go. This has a BL Touch. I do tend to prefer end stop backup. Hell, I'd gladly have them get rid of the stupid BL Touch and just leave it as a physical end stop. I'm not a fan of ABL. Makes sense. You want to reuse parts if possible. See, the nice thing is on my Geo Metro, I can add all the aftermarket features to it, all the upgrade features, because the wiring harness is the same on all models. On my Kia, on the other hand, the wiring harnesses are completely different. So you cannot... What the hell was that flashlight? So you can't have... Yeah, some printers do use both. They'll use the end stop as an ultimate backup. I tend to prefer the Anycubic method of using dual Z end stops. Okay. I also like that the bolts were captive, so you can't really lose them. That's nice. Yeah, flex plate's nice. This one, however, you have to keep the glass. You can't replace the glass with a flex plate. You have to add a flex plate to the glass, and that's annoying. So you're an upgrader. You like upgrading. Me, I'm usually happy with the stock equipment as long as the printer just works. I'm all about give me my print. Oh, fancy pants showing off. Made his own aluminum bed. Yeah, I guess it shouldn't be that difficult. You just gotta line up the 4 points where the leveling bolts attach, and that's it. It's just aluminum plate. Yeah, that's why I prefer the aluminum with the removable glass, because then it gives the end user the choice. They can do what they want. I agree. They make nice machines, except for the bluer. We won't talk about the bluer. But yeah, my X1 and the original Genius Pro worked fine. They're decent machines. As long as you don't have any problems with the ribbing cables, the machines work fantastically. That's a little out of sync. We'll just pause that. You have Z-wobble. You have a bent part. Because my X1 works perfectly. Oh, that's right. That was two trees. Yeah, that was junk. That was not good. I mean, I love their Sapphire and I love the Sapphire Plus. Those are some of my favorite machines that I always keep in operation. I mean, they always have a slot in my available power outlet. But the bluer, I never did get that working. I just gave up. Didn't care. Really? Come on. Tell you, manipulating Allen keys can sometimes really hurt your freaking muscles. Because they force you to use muscles you don't normally use. There we go. That's tight. That was loose. I tightened that. Let's check these. Oh, you can't really do anything with them because they're plastic. Make sure they're tight. They are. There's a tight. Okay. That's good to see. How's this one? Those need to be snugged a tiny bit. There's probably two more up front. Yep. These tend to work themselves loose in shipment. These weren't that bad. That belt needs to be tightened up a little bit. I guess it doesn't have to be, but that feels a little loose. Can that be adjusted or is that fixed? Oh, interesting. Okay, those are fixed, so I can't adjust those. So there is no tension adjustment for the belt on the bed of this. I mean, the belt is tight enough, but I would like it a little bit snugger. And I see no method of adjustment. So we're going to leave it alone. Oh yeah, we wanted to look inside. See if it's hot glued. Yeah. Where's that little toolkit I brought in? What did I do with it? Pretty sure I brought it in. Maybe I didn't. Oh well. Well, we're gonna see just how much. Ooh, those are tight. Legally, you're not allowed to void the warranty unless you can show the issue was caused by the end user. And we have the Magnus Act in the United States. The FTC has actually started going after people for putting those void if removed stickers on machines because that's illegal. You're not allowed to void the warranty just because somebody opens it up. even if I start replacing parts, you're not allowed to void the warranty unless you can show, and the onus is on the manufacturer, not the end user, unless you can show that the aftermarket part is what caused the warranty claim. Well, that's a good thing, because those should be pretty simple and reliable. It's one of those yeah, just so you know, artillery, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to void the warranty because somebody opens this. And well, your sticker is not going to really tell you much. Well, it does. It's got a void sticker on there. But those have no legal weight. You're not allowed to void a warranty for opening something. Another nice solid fan underneath here. Hey, Mike. Okay. Let me bring you guys around. So in here, we have the IEC in the back. That should focus. There we go. Is this the SSR for the heat bed? Those wires seem a little thin. I wonder what that is. Stepper motor, of course. Looks like there's a breakout board here. I see a big connector here, and that runs to the main board here. So that's probably a breakout board for the other connections. Wonder what that's for. It is definitely an AC heat bed. That's why the power supply is so small, since the bed is being heated directly. Most of your power capacity goes to. Good point. Yeah. Higher voltage, you don't need as much beef. There's another breakout board. There's a breakout board for your SD card and USB, your LCD screen board. The connections are hot glued. That's fine. That's bolted in place. And then here is the main board. How are these heat sinks? Those heat sinks are actually secured in place. Half the time, just the gloop is holding these heat sinks in place, and they just come right off. So they are actually in there. I'll make sure I get that in the right orientation. So pot screw up. Number of times I've seen these things in a position where they get short something. There's an extra connection here, so you can maybe increase the functionality of this. I wonder why they do that, because you have an extra pot right there. And this board is screwed down. So screw there, screw there. Yeah, screw, 2 screws. So this board is screwed down. What I want is to find a source for an affordable, cheap source for those little mini flesh cutters. I love those little mini ones. USB connection. Wire management looks decent. They have plastic grommets. So they've actually injection molded or off the shelf grommets where all the wires pass through the extrusions so that the extrusions will not cut your wires over time. Yes, it does. Artillery Ruby. Right there. Artillery Ruby. And you are right. They are all ferruled connections. That is excellent to see. I like seeing that. And they hot glue these connections to keep them from popping off. That I have no problem with. I'm pretty sure they are silent drivers. Proper connections all around. So they did a good job on the wiring. I don't see anything to complain about. You have your box frame under the stamped steel casing here. I still got to get my CR10 back shipped from Pennsylvania. Like an idiot, I forgot it. I still wonder what that is. Okay. Oh. Oh, look at that. So that is properly connected. That is the channel and the wires going to your heat bed. And here's your hold down clamp and the exit where it comes out of the frame. Oh, that's too bad. You typically don't need to update firmware, but still, it's nice to be able to. Okay, so there's the connection right there. So your filament sensor is attached right here on the other side. I can feel it right there on the other side. And then the rest of these connections must be for the ribbon cable, which is right here. And so this is your breakout board to connect to your filament runout sensor and your ribbon cable on the other side. We got a channel to run the wires through here. All these channels are grommeted and pinned with plastic. Is there a name on the drivers? I don't think so. Let's check one of the other ones. Oh, this is the only one I can easily remove. Come on. There it goes. So there is the bottom of the board. I do not see anything that would allow me to ID it. Nope, no identification. Let me double check that. Hang on. Pot is facing up. Yes, I see 5 wires. I'm assuming, no. Where would the thermistor? It has to be a thermistor. So I'm assuming the thermistor connects through this somehow as well. But you got 2 blue, yellow, black, and red. 10 pair of mini cutters. Nice. Thank you. Is that what they're called? Mini cutter? Yeah, I guess they just use all the same wire because. Yeah, see here? So on this end, I would think these two thin wires here are the thermistor because they run into this channel up here and they come out right here. So that's that wire right there. So that would be a thermistor. So yeah, the black and red is thermistor, and then the rest is power. So I'm guessing live, neutral, and ground, I hope. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's a 3-wire system going to the bed, so that's grounded. So here's those 3 wires. So here's your 2 blue and your yellow coming out of your, what I'm assuming is an SSR. Oh, interesting. This is also connected here. I think the wire is this one, actually. Oh, this would be control. This would be your control wire to turn your thermistor on and off. So I'm guessing that's exactly what it is. It's the correct colors. So you'd have live, neutral, and ground. So that should mean that the bed is grounded. Yes. Although, is that connected to the power supply? Yes. So yeah. There's your grounds, and it connects to the chassis right there. So there's your chassis ground connection. And there's your ground connection on the IEC. So the IEC is grounded to the power supply, which is grounded to the frame. So the bed does appear to be grounded. That's good. That should reduce the propensity to get shocked. I wonder what this connection's for. It says Z2. Oh, stepper motor for Z2. So why don't they use the second stepper connection? 2 lugs. 1 lug on the power supply, 2 crimped connections, and then there's 2 wires in this one, 1 wire in that one. So this wire, the single wire runs to the frame, this double wire runs to the SSR and the IEC. So this is SSR and IEC, and this here is frame. These all feel nice and tight. Very tight, actually. Nothing is loose. That's good. Yeah, but, I mean, I would rather have dual driver, I would think. Or is, most of these printers that run off a single driver work just fine. So I guess that's just fine. Well, let's check the tightness of these bolts while we're under here. Oh no, this is the frame, the gantry. Might as well double check tight. You would think so, but they didn't. That's what I would do, but unless, of course, this doesn't have a second grounding lug. This only has 1. So if you look here, it only has 1 ground connection. So they can't. They had to put it on 1. You got your live, your neutral, and your ground. So there isn't a second lug available. Then you have 2 positive and negative, and your voltage adjustment. So that's why they have them both on one lug. Overall, I have nothing to complain about in here. This all looks fine to me. I mean, I'm not exactly an expert on this kind of stuff, but you know, I've got enough experience to know what I'm looking at is good. Everything is properly restrained. Nothing is floating. The closest thing you have to a float is this wire right here. You know, I would have maybe put a dab of something right there to hold that. But again, that's not, I don't even think that's powered. I think it's probably sensing or something, but that's the only change I would make, is to secure that wire like they did here. See how they have a little secure here? I would have done that here, even though it's not necessary. And you got plenty of room to add. You can put a Raspberry Pi in here, whatever you want. You got tons of room. Very securely mounted. Everything is neat and in order and in a logical progression. You know, this logical progression and setup is nice. I like that. I, of course, love the use of breakout boards. It makes maintenance easier. AC heat beds allow for a much smaller, quieter, simpler power supply. I like that as well. Everything is crimped. Everything has proper connectors. Everything has furls where necessary, such as all these connections here. All your other connections have a dab of hot glue on it, so things don't pop out in shipment. Because, you know, some people think it's annoying, but, you know, nothing's more annoying than having an end user annoyed because of, you know, not being able to use it because it came loose during shipping. It's an ARM processor, so it is 32-bit. You can see right there, it says ARM. You can see what kind of a macro shot you can get with this document camera, and these things are like $100. This camera here you're looking at, it's like $100. It's so freaking worth it. Sony chip inside there. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. Now we can read that bad boy. There you go. So that is your chip STM32F401. I'm guessing this is the jumper board connection. So that's what you would have to jump in order to flash firmware. You can see these little. Now this is not very useful because the hot glue is not actually doing anything. So the purpose of the hot glue is so that these connections don't come loose in shipment from China. And like, for example, this hot glue connection is not doing anything at all. Okay, so the whole point of the hot glue connection is to be the hot glue needs to connect. It's hard to see. There it is. It needs to connect this piece of white plastic with that piece of white plastic. The whole point of the hot glue is to keep this from popping out during shipment. And well, these two aren't doing a damn thing. That one isn't doing a damn thing. Those are doing absolutely nothing. The black one is doing absolutely nothing. And those are doing absolutely nothing. So they wasted their time. Yeah, somebody said that you can't flash from SD card, that you have to jump a jumper on the board. I'm guessing that that's the jumper you'd have to jump, one of these pins, in order to put it into programming mode. That would be my guess. So, they kind of wasted their time with the hot glue. They didn't do it right. Although their plugs are pretty solid. They don't really need the hot glue to begin with. All right, let's put it back together and get it going. Yeah, literally, it was pointless. Not a single one of their hot glue joints actually does anything. I do like the nice large fan, which should be quieter. And this kind of grating is preferred because it does not restrict fan airflow and it does not create noise. Now, of course, we do have one connection that we have to put back on here. That would be for the fan. Where did it go? Oh, the whole thing popped out. That's not good. So now I got to figure out which one's positive and negative. Yeah, when I pulled the fan out, the whole entire jack came out. And positive is down. So yeah, you see the whole jack came out with the plug. Whoops. Positive is down. There we go. 120 millimeters is the best. Because 120 millimeters, you can run them at low RPM. They move a ton of air. And they are quiet. I love 120 millimeter fans. You want silent? That's how you get silent. You run 120s everywhere. Yes, it probably runs Marlin. The likelihood of them bothering to try to run something else is very low. Why can't I get the damn screw to go in? There we go, got that one in. Well, I'd rather have too much fan than too little fan, and big fans are quieter. So, if they're not going to go with higher quality fans, going with bigger fans should also equal quieter. Yeah, overall not bad. The layout is good. Somebody who actually knew what they were doing designed that layout and implemented it. So they did a pretty good job inside the bottom of this machine. The guts are pretty good. Well, the nice thing about the SSR for the heat bed and the smaller power supply is that there's no fan for the power supply. No fan for the power supply means no noise from the power supply fan that doesn't exist. which I am 100% okay with. Okay, minor nitpick from me. I don't like this. All right, this is flexible here. And the reason it's flexible is that your connection points are up here and down here. And this 12-inch stretch of material has no connection point. So I would like to see an additional screw, like right there. So have an additional screw right there. That would not be a bad choice. See how up here you have 2 points? You have a connection point here and a connection point here. Well, down here, you have the connection point here, but no connection point here. My guess is in the original layout, it ended up right there. So move it. Put it right here. But I'd like to see 2 more screws right there because this does bend. Not much. You did use a pretty thick plate on here, and I appreciate that. A good thick plate means this is durable. But having a little extra screw there would not be a bad choice. I'd also like to see a little more openness here. It's not bad. It's really not a big deal. I think you have enough, but I'd like to see a little more openness here. Now, I do like that it seems like you've aligned most of the holes. I don't know if that was accidental or intentional. Well, yeah, the larger fans they don't have to spin as fast. And one of the easiest ways to quiet a fan, especially on a 24-volt printer, is to put a voltage regulator on the fan and slow them down to 12 volts. They'll be as silent as a Noctua. Now, of course, you got to make sure you still have enough airflow to do the job. But most of these fans are not designed with airflow in mind. They're just the fan that fits. So most of the time, they're blowing more air than you actually need. Pretty much the only place where you can always use an unlimited amount of airflow is the parts cooling fan. The rest of the fans are usually overkill. So you can usually get away with slowing them down. Now, the cool thing is, you don't have to slow them down to 12 volts. You can take the 24-volt fan and run it at 20 volts or 18 volts. You know, you can just slow it down a little bit to decrease the amount of noise that fan makes. And you can get those voltage regulators in little chips this big. So you can stick them right on the fan itself. $110 volt. Who knows? I'd say it's because it says genius right there. I couldn't resist. Take the QC past off. Exactly, fingernail size. I got a bag of them here somewhere. Actually, it's probably in one of the crates in the container outside. Okay. I see filament down there. But is that PETG or is that regular? Ooh, gotta watch out for those spikies. And I just stepped on another one. that is PLA. So we will be using that. All right, now for the part I don't enjoy. This stupid spool holder. Although, it looks like they've improved it. I'm just not a fan. Where are those instructions? There's multiple sets of holes. Looks like we are using the outside holes. Why would they have to change the name? I still haven't, besides refinements, and I do like refinements, don't get me wrong. I'm trying to figure out what makes this pro. Like, what makes this different? Well, see, in China, they don't use pro to mean a pro model. To them, that's just like saying version 2, version 3. They don't use it the same way we use it. But, I don't know what is entirely different, but I do like all the refinements. There's lots of little changes that I do like seeing. They just, I guess, rolled them all into a new model release. Which is okay, I guess. Okay. And where is the little screw to hold it in, or is it just friction fit? Like, I have a hammer nut here. What's the hammer nut for? It does mention the hammer nut and the bolt right there. That's just your attachment. Oh. No, that should be a set screw. How's this? Oh, we didn't free that yet. And hey, what's the deal? No nippers? You're supposed to include nippers with 3D printers. It's the pro model. Don't be cheap. And that is tight. I don't have to adjust that. I do like the rollers. That's a nice improvement. How's that supposed to attach? Am I missing something? Yeah, how the hell is that supposed to attach? That doesn't even come close to lining up. Like, that can't even go in there. Oh, do I have this backwards? I bet you I have this backwards. Yeah, I bet you that's what I got. Yeah, this is backwards. Yeah, I haven't been getting a whole lot done in the house here, but I got Michelle and I've been one of the reasons I'm tired. So Michelle and I have been working our asses off outside, getting that mess up front cleaned up, and we're doing good. We're getting it all cleaned up. I'm hoping to have it all cleaned up before winter, you know, when the cold sets in, which shouldn't be a problem. I think we'll be done in a couple weeks. She's been such a huge help. Yeah. I mean, there's a limit to what she can do, but just sitting there and just helping me with trash and shit like that, it makes a big difference when you have two people working on it instead of one. It really makes a big difference. I just had this backwards, that's all. And I just dropped the damn screw. Of course I dropped the screw. Hopefully soon. I've got 37 puzzles in. So we have a lot of puzzles. You know, we have almost enough for, we easily have enough for a year. And what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to integrate it right into Life in the Reese. Okay. Is that the screw? Oh, great. Seriously? No idea where the damn screw went? How does this stuff just... It's almost like there's a black hole on the floor of everybody's feet that says if you drop a screw, it's kiss it goodbye. It's gone. The ability of these damn things to disappear. See, where the hell is the screw? Where could it go? It's like, seriously. Where the hell did the screw go? It's like it vanished into some kind of goddamn singularity. I wish I knew how that worked. That screw is gone. It does not exist anymore. Literally, the screw doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. I dropped a 400 gigabyte SD card. I spent 2 hours looking for it. It's gone. The card does not exist anymore. Well, thankfully, I could put these real tight. So the other three are going to have to hold it. Because that screw is gone. It no longer exists in time and space in this universe. Lost a screw. It just decided it was no longer for this universe. And they did not include a set screw for the filament run out. Can I run this through here? Because I'd really like to run this through here. No. Maybe I can make it run through here? Ah, yes, it can. Just barely long enough. There's an extra screw? Nope. Oh, that screw's gone. No, the main board was not hot glued in. The main board was secured by 2 screws. The insides were fantastic, actually. They had hot glue on all the connections, but it was a waste of time because they didn't actually hot glue all the connections. They put the hot glue on the plug, but none of the hot glue made it to the socket. So the hot glue wasn't actually holding anything in. But otherwise, the inside was fantastic. Everything was ferruled. Everything was crimped. Everything was routed. Everything had grommets. Everything was grounded properly. They actually did a genuinely good job inside the case of this. I'm very pleased. So this is probably some 4 or 5-year-old flash forged 3D filament, but it looks like a nice translucent orange. Yeah. I likey. How brittle? It is not brittle. Good. Will it fit? Yes, it does. Do I have to put the filament under? I think I do. Okay, I'm not a fan of that. That filament sensor needs to go, in my opinion, that filament sensor needs to go more in the middle. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So, in order for me to use the filament sensor, I actually had to put the filament behind I had to put the filament behind the roller, which is fine, except that now it's very tight here, and I don't like that, especially since this is not in the center. So I would like to see this in the middle, so it's the least amount of stress as the roll unrolls. Not a huge deal, but something I would change. What do you mean I have it backwards? Oh yeah, that should be on the front, shouldn't it? Yeah, that actually, with the extruder on the front, that actually makes sense. A derp, easy enough to fix though. There we go. No, it still won't be in the middle. It can't be in the middle. See? It can't be in the middle because it's mounted to the side. I don't mean the middle of the printer. I mean the middle of the roll. I want this over here in the middle. Because it broke. It got squished in shipment, so the fan is cracked, and this got broke off. So I used tape to hold that on there for now. He is talking about this. Okay. There we go. We are hitting the cold part. Let's see. Tools. That's home. You gonna enjoy that? Boy, that was awfully fast. Damn, just slam that head into there. How do you do the auto leveling? It's got a light. It's white. We shall see if it's bright enough to do anything. As usual, I do not like I don't like the cooling fan being on the front because that makes it very hard to see the nozzle. Auto level, here we go. The hot end fan is not spinning. I'm hoping it's thermally controlled. I actually prefer the spool on the top of the frame, but I prefer that because I usually have 15 printers going. So spools on the side mean that I can't fit as many printers in the same space. I actually prefer top spools. That's very fast. I'm surprised it's a little noisier than I was expecting. Now don't get me wrong, it's damn near silent, but I think it's because I can't hear any fans. And I think that's because they're all thermally controlled. Because none of them are running right now. Hello. Orange gummy. All right, now let's set the Z0. That is a little too low. Save to EEPROM. And that should be good. Is there anything on the USB drive? Let's just YOLO. Back, print, no files found. So there's nothing on the drive, or at least nothing accessible on the drive. Let's see what's in there. There is nothing on the removable drive except for a PDF. I believe that is an oversight, Artillery. There should at least be a sample print on the USB drive. You know, so that your end user can just print something right away. Looks like it is a PDF of the included manual. Now, see, this is something I do like. The PDF is the same as the printed manual, and they're both halfway decent. So there we go. So the PDF is just a copy of the manual. The manual is a copy of the PDF, which is the way it should be. You see, I don't have this either. This little set screw here. It's not really needed. I mean, that's not going to walk out of that slot. And you don't even include an STL. Yeah, that's not a good sample start STL because that takes a lot of support. There we go. All right, let's print. We got to bring something up to print. Let's see. Let's bring up my hacked copy of Simplified 3D that I bought 5 years ago. Let's use Ender 3 V2 should be just fine. We are direct drive, so we're going to start at 1.5 millimeters of retraction. Wipe is fine. 0.94 is fine. Save as new. We're going to save this as Genius Pro. That's right. I'm a hacker. If anybody does have a hack for Simplified 3D that works with 4.1.2, let me know. The hack I have only works with 4.0. But you paid for it. Why do you use a hack? Because the license only allows 2 computers. And if you think I'm paying them another $150 for dead software, I don't think so. You do? Please send that to me. See, I want to run it on my 2 laptops, my 2 tablets, and my desktop. And also the new desktop I'm building. But, you know, they only allow 2, and that's bullshit. So, the hack I have seems to work, except nothing slices. When you hit slice, it only slices the, oh my god. When you hit slice, it only slices the support. Alrighty, so 0.4, I might as well show you guys this process. So I am making a profile for the printer. We're going to start off with 1.5 because it's direct drive. 25 millimeters per second, 8 millimeters of wipe. Layer 333.2 is fine. Yeah, Gary, if you're talking about a hack for 4.1.2, please send that to me. 3dprinting@nerys.com, or you can reach me on Facebook or Twitter. 80/80/20 is fine. Optimized for fastest printing speed is fine. Uh-oh, I just crashed. For some, I'm having this problem with Simplify 3D. It won't let me. I have problems. Well, the problem is, if I'm away from an internet connection and the copy I have is not active, I'm screwed. Because typically I'm in the middle of a field in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, so I've had this problem quite a few times where Simplify 3D crashes when I try to save a profile. And I don't know why. And it's the profile saving process that's crashing. See, it reverted right back to where it was. And if we go in here, I'm betting my profile will be gone. Yeah, see, it's gone. It didn't save it. So let's try that. No, just go away. So if we save as new, now if I close it, do I have the installer? Yes, of course. Is it on this one here? Oh, that's 4.0. I should have it here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. 4.1.2, 64-bit. So there's the installer right there. See, I have the one for 4.0.0. And here's the DLL patch. But it does not work on 4.1.2. Now let's try opening it and see if my profile's there. Yes, it is. Okay. So 1.5, and it crashed again. Now if I try to edit the profile, it crashes. What the hell's going on? Does anybody know what's going on with that? It's a new thing it's been doing. Well, if you want to share it with somebody else and have somebody else post it, that's fine. But I'm not going to sit here on a live stream and say, "Hey guys, have this hacked file." I can't do that. That's a good way to get in trouble. So why can't I update profiles? I don't get it. What would be corrupt? Let's try this. I updated the profile and then exited the program before it had a chance to crash. Thank you, Gary. And it saved it. Isn't that weird? Huh. So don't hit update profile until I'm all done. We're going to do a 10 millimeter offset. 3 outlines is fine. 25% grid rectilinear is fine. Leave that alone. Bed 65 is fine. 210, 220, 210 is fine. 0 to 100 is fine. What is the build volume? I don't like Cura. I hate Cura. Idea Maker's pretty good. Prusa Slicer's growing on me. But I just do not like Cura. Thank you. Hang on a second. 220, 220, 250. Okay. 220, 220, 250. X5 is fine for a printer this size. 60 millimeters per second is fine. That all looks fine. 50% overlap is fine. This all looks fine. Update, okay, and close before it has a chance to crash. It's something to do with this computer, because it doesn't do it on the other computers, just this one. Yes, I have a Viper profile. Let me take a look at it. Viper. Viper. Why does it keep asking me to save the FLSN one? 1.58. This all looks good. 52. That looks good. That looks good. Oh, that should not be rectilinear. That should be grid. Good. Although I also can't export profiles. I noticed that too. We're going to have to try it and see if it works. Update, close, and close. Let's see if it lets me export it. Export FFF profile. We're going to export Viper. And desktop is fine. Let's see if it actually does it. Yeah, see? I can't export profiles. And I don't know why. See? 0 bytes. So it goes through the motions, but it doesn't actually do anything. And apparently there's no way to back up your profiles in Simplify 3D. There's no, like, back up my whole profiles. Like, where does it store the profiles? Where are the profiles stored? Let's see, programs. So where are the profiles stored? Like, I see no file called profiles. Do they, like, hide the profiles somehow? Where? And it's a pretty simple folder. Oh, good point. I didn't think of that. Not here. Yeah, they're not storing it there. We got this one here. Nope. See, I got G code and I got factory states. I tried deleting all this. So there's none under there. Yeah, I just went there. It's not there. And they have nothing in here. Here's a simplified 3D folder. That's just factory files. I don't know where else it could be. It must be storing it in a DLL somewhere. Or could it be saving it in the registry? No. As far as I know, it doesn't require admin privileges. Yeah, screw it. Let's uninstall it. It's not like making profiles is hard. Did you ever get N high? What's that? Nope, we are not restarting the computer. Sorry, that's not an option. High HQ high def resin Sal. STL. I stopped looking for now. I'll find some. I'll find somebody to buy one from. Although someone did send me some kind of warrior that looked pretty slick. Yeah, I did. The factory files are there, but not the First of all, are we activated? Account. No, it's still logged in. Okay. Now, okay. I uninstalled Simplify 3D, yet all these profiles are still here. Where the hell are they stored? And why weren't they uninstalled when I uninstalled? So that's a bad uninstall. And of course that crashes it. Ever since I created my Delta profile, it's been doing this. So I think I have a bad profile somewhere. I think that profile is futzing up the whole thing. And I can't even export my goddamn profile. I already checked there. How is this still open? So it may have been stored there. Stored in the registry. That's BS. There is no reason to put that in the registry. And that's going to crash it again. Let's try removing. Let's try closing and reopening. I think it was the FL Sun profile that was crashing things. Okay. I said that to 1.5. This all got reset. Nope, it crashed again. Oh, now it crashed dirty. It crashed dirty. I haven't downloaded it yet, Gary. I don't want to do that on a stream. Let's see. Current user. Software. Guessing Simplify 3D. Is there no way to save it? Screw it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Now, son, got a better idea. I'm going to delete the whole goddamn folder tree. Just nuke it. It is absolutely BS. And that should regenerate the reg. Let's see if that does anything. Ah, it does not remember my login. Good. Now I have to go here. That didn't work. Let me turn you guys off for a moment. Why is this logged out? Do I remember what this is? Well, this one's a legit one, so I don't need to mess with this one. Come on. Go the hell away. Jesus. So it's probably... Seriously? That should do it. Good. It did reset. Why the hell did it come over here? I don't want to do that. Well, that means I gotta change everything again. Not a huge deal, just annoying. Millimeters per second. Okay, now they're all gone. Let's save as new. And 1.5, 0.94, 0.4. Well, so far, I haven't tried to save it yet. 8.0, 25. Let's see if it crashes. Hasn't crashed yet. So just a corrupt registry entry. Another reason why it's stupid to have all your goddamn profiles in the registry. Like, who thought that was a good idea? This should be 80, 80, 20. Update. We do 10 millimeters, 3 perimeters, update. 20% is fine. Grid. Update. Okay. Layer 1 is 220. And then layer 2 is 210. And layer 3 is 200. And then we need to add temperature controller. What do you call it? Heat bed. Hopefully that's correct. 60 degrees is fine, I think. Update. Cooling 0, 3, 100. No, I can't export FFFs. That was the problem. It kept exporting 0-byte FFFs. That was the whole problem. That looks fine to me. This should be allow single extrusion, 50%. Turn on this, turn off this, turn on this. Set it for 999. Okay. It hasn't crashed yet. Okay. What do we have to print? Well, I guess the obvious first print will be our Marvin. True, that would work. Unless, of course, that's where the corruption came from. Oh, man. Let's see, which one of these is it going to go to? I have no idea which one it is. That one. So let's rename this to Genius Pro. And save. It's doing good, John White. We're doing pretty damn good. You know, moving here and the path I chose was a good one because, you know, we're not making shit for money, and we're okay. Because my cost of living is so low that as long as we're careful, we're good. That should be done. Let's print a Marvin. But yeah, not bad. I mean, it just had some COVID issues. Those are getting fixed. And my head is in a lot better place. You know, my head was in Never Never Land for a year. That's not good, but now it's happening. I got it before anybody else got it, pretty much. We got it last January. Not fun. Okay, let's see if it works. Bed is heating up. And I got Vince. For me personally, I find simplified. See, you saw how easily I just set up a profile for this printer. That's it. That's all I have to do. That right there is alone is enough of a reason for me to use Simplify 3D. The other thing is that when I make a change in Simplify 3D, I know exactly what it's going to do. With Cura, you don't really know. Now, Idea Maker is a lot better. I do need to start using Idea Maker more. Yeah, I had to move I tried to move the trailer yesterday using the trailer dolly, and it works wonderfully, but it's not strong enough to lift that fully loaded trailer over the hump from the asphalt millings onto the concrete pad. That was enough. That was nuts trying to do that last night. I was so sweaty and tired when I came in last night. Whew. Yes, I've seen that. No, not a great idea to me when you look at the price of resin. That's an expensive way to do it. Jesus. Now, if it's an important model and you're using sandable resin, that's pretty cool. I've played with Proof Slicer. It's not bad. I don't prefer it. Oh, God. Keep yawning. However, Idea Maker is awesome. Well, that's why I don't use XTC either. But Idea Maker is pretty good. It's also pretty similar to Simplify 3D in some respects. But the point is, I get fantastic. Yeah, the cooling shroud broke off. This got crushed in the package or something because the fan was cracked. All right, that fan is turning on, and that fan is quiet. So I guess most of it is that I'm used to Simplify 3D. I mean, I've used it since basically my first month in 3D printing. And so I know exactly what to do, when to do it, how to do it to make the slicer do what I want it to do. And I just there Simplify 3D is not missing anything that I desperately need. You know, different kinds of infill don't mean jack to me. I don't care. I just use honeycomb if it's visible, and I use grid for everything else. There we go. I hate the fact that I can't easily see what it's doing. I'm still getting an inconsistent feed. There it goes. Now we got the new filament. He might release. We'll see if he stays attached. First layer was sketchy, so he might pop off, but we're going to let it run and see what happens. Yeah, Simplify 3D is just, it's consistent. I know, when I change something, I know what it's going to change, and it's going to change that the same way every time. You don't have that cross interaction between settings that you do, like this unknown setting over here that you don't know about is affecting this. That doesn't really happen with Simplify 3D. It's just very reliable and consistent. I can sit down with a new printer, and in 60 seconds I'll have a new profile running, and that printer will be printing at 95% of its capacity on the first go. It's just, that hasn't changed. I mean, we've talked about this before. Simplify 3D is between a rock and a hard place. It's probably dead software. We're probably not going to see a version 5. I keep hoping we do. I'd love to see at least one more upgrade. But Prusa Slicer and Cura have an unfair advantage that is single-handedly destroying Simplify 3D, and there's nothing they can do about it. It's like when Polaroid went digital. I mean, they knew they were going to go digital. They knew they had to go digital, and they did go digital. They did it very well, and it still killed the company because the company depended on the ridiculous profits of film to survive. And those kind of profit margins simply do not exist in digital. So no matter how much they prepared, no matter how much they did everything right, they were screwed, and they knew it. They tried their best, but hey, welfare god, there's just nothing they could do about it. Simplify 3D is in a similar position. Now, Simplify 3D is partially self-inflicted. You know, in the early days, they had an attitude. There's a couple times where I've contacted support and wanted to throttle the person on the other end. It's like, you know, where's my force choke? and, you know, where I would report a bug, and they would tell me, "Oh, that's not a bug." Yes, it is. If I tell the software to do this and it doesn't do this, that's a bug. No matter, you know, well, we did it on purpose. Well, then you designed the UI as a bug. Either which way, it's not doing what I'm explicitly telling it to do. But anyway, they did seem to soften up. If I have to fart, I'll try to aim at the camera. The um, got interrupted. I don't mean make sure let's get maximum cycles. Too much stuff going at once on the screen here. Okay. So the Cura is free open source software. Slick 3R is free open source software. 2 manufacturers who do not have to sell software have latched on to those free slicers to update them. So Ultimaker is updating Cura, and Prusa is updating Slick 3R, which they now call Prusa Slicer, but it's Slick 3R. Well, they can afford to do that because they don't make their money selling slicers. They make their money selling printers. So they can afford to put free resources into a slicer because that will ultimately help their printer sales and give them some level of control. The problem is Simplify 3D is not a hardware manufacturer. They're a software manufacturer. They only make software. So the only source of revenue they have is selling Simplify 3D. If your only source of revenue is selling a slicer, and you've got 2 behemoths called Ultimaker and Prusa updating a free slicer, you're screwed. And there is nothing you can do about it. Even if Simplify 3D released version 5 today with features that made you go, give me. Okay? Even if Simplify 3D did that now, it wouldn't matter. Next week, Ultimaker and Prusa would incorporate those changes into the free slicer. There's nothing they can do about it. They would have to come up with some kind of a feature that they could not easily copy. You can't. They have the resources to figure out how you did it and copy it. So unless you can protect it behind intellectual property law, Simplify 3D is screwed. And I don't see what they can do about it. Yeah, but OnlyFans is banning adult content now, so. Their entire revenue stream, and they're basically banning it. They're idiots. But, yeah. I don't know what they can do about it. Oh, did they? Did they realize they were going to put themselves out of business? Oh, my God, what morons. Here, no, we're not talking about cutting your own foot off or cutting your own hand off. You know, let me just take my sword and cut my neck off here. They might as well put their head in a guillotine. Idiots. Hello?
Across my desk, and it looks like your vehicle may be at risk of losing coverage. In order to prevent your extended warranty from expiring, I am giving you a courtesy follow-up call before I close the file. Please press 1 to speak to a specialist now or press 2 to be removed.
Hi, my name is Chantel with the Warranty Division. Can you please verify the year, make, and model of your vehicle so we can pull up your file?
That was my question. I'm calling about the warranty on your car. I want to know what year, make, and model you have, whether or not I can sell you a warranty.
Okay, sir. What is the year, make, and model of your vehicle?
No, what's the year, make, and model of your vehicle?
No, sir, your vehicle.
Yeah, your vehicle. I want to sell you a warranty. What are you gonna do? She was actually transferring me to someone else. Yeah, exactly. It'd be like Pornhub saying no more porn. Nuke it from orbit. G2 box. G2 box is dead. unless people just don't care, I don't see Chi2Box surviving this decision of theirs. You see, the problem with Chi2Box is not that they're closed source software, and it's not that they make hardware. It's that they do both. When you have one company selling the hardware to make something work and the software to make something work, that screams abuse. And that's exactly what they tried to do. They tried to lock down their crap. Lowering their price won't help. They can make the software $20 and it won't matter. Because the other two are free. And if they lower their price, how do they pay their engineers? I mean, it's not like they can buy a $40,000 home in the middle of New Mexico and survive on next to nothing. They can't do that. I think they're in New York. Even if they move shop, now they got to find new engineers. Oh, I should have talked about eating her. That was a mistake. But I don't see a way out for Simplified 3D. There is only one path I see out for Simplified 3D, and I don't think they'd be willing to give up that kind of control. The one way out for Simplified 3D would be how? Oh, did it pop? Yeah, I kind of figured it would pop off. Yeah, I figured it was going to do that. This should work fine now. I was lazy and didn't push through to the new filament. Yeah, that was my fault. Yeah, sure, they could develop new 3D software, maybe come out with something in 5 years, and they're already bankrupt. No. The only way I can see Simplified 3D surviving is if they partnered up with somebody like Creality or Anycubic for angel investing. Meaning, if those companies paid Simplified 3D to keep working. So a partnership kind of deal. But would Simplified 3D be willing to give up that much control? Would one of those companies be willing to pay enough for that to work? Nah, wrong button. I hate this duct being in the way. It's so annoying. We'll see if it sticks. Well, the problem is it's not really their choice. They might already be dead and they just haven't admitted it yet. So, I have no idea. It's going to be interesting, or it's going to be very boring. No. Now I got pistachio oil on the bed and it's not sticking. Excuse me. Why are you changing? You won't let me change it. Nozzle was too low. It was tearing the filament off the bed. Why can't I change the temperature? There we go. I guess I had to wait for it to finish that routine. Why is it not extruding properly? It's like it's not feeding. Do I have something set wrong here? I bet maybe this is too loose. Yeah, it might be slipping. That's why I'm tightening this up. Wait a minute. I think I did that backwards. It may have been too loose. No, I have not got the F3. I did like their first printer, so I hope they send me another one. All right, Ronald. Yeah, we're doing okay, Vaughn. Oh, damn it. Really? Okay, that's way too high. I can't see the goddamn hot end. Jesus Christ, this is annoying me. I can't see it. So I can't tell if it's high or low. I need to reslice this with a big skirt. Instead of this stupid ass tiny skirt. My Ender 2. And yeah, CR6 SE is a pretty close one too. The prime line doesn't matter. After extruding, many inches of filament, it's still, it's my offset is wrong. And the problem is I can't visually see what the damned thing is doing. Because it's hidden behind all this shit. That will do it. Come on. Shouldn't take that long. I'm still doing something. It's still doing something. Yes, I did already. It's Z offset. I can't see the goddamn nozzle. It's annoying me. So I need a bigger skirt to give me more time. What the hell is this thing doing? There we go. Hello, Lego freak. Isopropyl will damage the bed. Don't use isopropyl alcohol on these. Just hot water. There we go. Yeah, don't use isopropyl alcohol on the ultra base style beds. It damages the coating that's on there. Okay, that feeds. go. Too high. Thank you, Junior. I got a bad mesh. I don't think it created a proper mesh. So the bed was not level. Bad mesh. That looks good. So what you're saying is they wasted their time. Thank you for the $10, Junior SD. They wasted their time putting a BL Touch on here. What the hell's the point of a BL Touch if you're not going to actually use the mesh you create? I mean, if you have to paper level before you do the mesh, you're... Why? That's not the gear sort of clicking. It's the acceleration is high. So you're hearing it jerk when it moves from point to point. I haven't heard any clicking yet. Anti-aliasing smooths out corners. Well, the good news is, the way they implemented this, I can treat this as a manual leveling and just use the BL Touch as the end stop. I don't know. But that's what anti-aliasing does. Yes, we ran the G29. And we saved the EEPROM with the M500. I would consider the Artist-E to be a good buy. Built very well, very nicely implemented. The individual nozzle leveling issues that you have with normal IDEX printers doesn't exist. The implementation is pretty cool. Now, it's my only IDEX printer, so I can't give you an opinion compared to other IDEX printers. What I can say, though, is that I'm very pleased with it, and it did a good job for me. I still have it right here. All right, I gotta get that going again. I gotta make another print on it. But I think it's a pretty safe buy. Oh, interesting. Well, I prefer manual bed leveling, so I'm just going to manually level it and just use the BL touches and then stop. No, the light does a pretty good job, actually. I'm going to turn it off since it makes the camera blow out a little bit. Look at that. You can barely see the nozzle. I hate that. I hate when you can't see the nozzle. Oh, interesting. Huh. Pistachios. Money. Yeah, the Voron looks pretty nice, but that's beyond me right now. I ground up my latest victim, and I put him through a dehydrator and dried him into little pellets. So these are people pellets. Cool. That would explain why it wasn't doing it. I like the color of this filament. That's pretty. Hmm. I might have to see about getting more of this. Either way, credit where it's due. This spool holder is working pretty good. No, I never got a black belt. I wish. Well, I only need one, but just being able to compare them would be nice. It's obviously OEM'd, but it's Flash Forge. Flash Forge PLA. Yeah, it's a pretty expensive printer too, so I get it. Mostly due to my own fault, you know. My channel's relatively small, and they want an audience if they're going to send out something expensive like that. I can't think of any improvements for the guts, the brain box. They did a good job on that. I, of course, would like to see an aluminum plate with removable glass, but I also understand why they did this. ANA E10 is a good printer. It needs upgrades, of course, because that H-frame is garbage. The whole fan duct is garbage. Check on Thingiverse. There's a replacement fan duct that turns night and day. But I get almost Ender 2 quality out of my E10. The ANA E10 is just a good printer that's poorly executed. Is there a way to speed up the printing of wall? I don't understand. You can tell it to print as fast as you want, but you're gonna hit a limit on, the kinematics of your printer. So what did you mean exactly? Well, slow equals better quality, so I don't mind. I have a default of 60 millimeters per second. Yeah, that's what I use. This is 60 millimeters per second. Well, this print's so small, it might not be getting to 60 millimeters per second. This printer is smaller. It could probably get away with 80 with proper tuning. But I typically print at 60 because, here's the thing. Let's say you want to know what the difference is between printing at 50 millimeters per second and printing at 100 millimeters per second. Now, a layperson who is ignorant of how this works might say, well, 100 millimeters per second is twice as fast as 50 millimeters per second, so it's going to print in half the time. The problem is that's not true. Because the printer doesn't run at 100 millimeters per second. It runs at 0 to 100 millimeters per second, with 100 being the maximum. Most of the time, your printer spends its time going slower than that because you're accelerating and decelerating as you make direction changes and movements. No, they won't. Not 1,000. Well, ooh. Have you looked at that company? I think it begins with a K. They make custom upgrades for like the Ender 3, and they also make their own variation of it. What's the name of the company? I think it begins with a K. Beautifully machined aluminum parts. I mean, they were printing on a bed slinger like this at like 400 plus millimeters per second, and it was perfect. I mean, that thing was just so rigid and so tight. It was mesmerizing to watch it go. It was like you're just not used to seeing slingers move that fast. But yeah, acceleration is going to play a big part. So what actually matters is your average speed. So at 50 millimeters per second, your average speed might be 40 millimeters per second. While at 100 millimeters per second, your average speed might be 60 millimeters per second. So the reality is, you're not actually going that much faster. You think you're going twice as fast, but you're only going 50% as fast. And there's diminishing returns on that. Well, yeah, you have all that mass you're moving. And increasing the rigidity of that mass and increasing the power to move that mass is totally doable. You could make 1,000 millimeter per second bed slinger if you want, and the quality will be decent. It's going to cost you a fortune. Yeah, it ain't going to be $350. Hello?
Consider it your priority so that we can discuss your case and take necessary action on this matter. If we don't hear from you, then we will be forced to take legal action against you. Kindly, we would like to confirm some information with you before taking legal action. If you want to talk with administrator, please press 1. I repeat. On behalf of social security, on behalf of this.
Hi, yeah, you called me.
Yeah, I didn't call you because of the matter and you called my department. So what is the call about you receiving from our department, sir?
It just said there's a legal matter.
Alright, so this is the first time you're receiving the call?
Yep.
Alright. May I have the first and last name?
Chris Taylor.
Chris Tanner, right?
Taylor, Taylor.
So the first name is Chris, right?
Correct.
Tanner. Can you confirm me your last 4 digit number of your social for the verification purpose?
Nope. I can't do that.
Alright.
He just hung up. Oh, you didn't even play with me a little bit, buddy. Come on. That's no fun. You gotta play with me a little bit. I mean, jeez. We're not getting the last 4 social. Click. I love when they get to the part. I keep wanting to do it live on stream. I keep hoping it's gonna happen, but I screw with these people. Yeah, it's like, well, we're gonna issue a warrant for your arrest. I was like, I live out in the country and I'm very well armed. Tell your people to come well armed. He's like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm gonna shoot them, I'm gonna kill them, and then I'm gonna eat them. Yeah, just fuck with the guys. But man, he didn't want to have any fun. Lame. Just going through here and deleting some messages. I shouldn't be doing this because I should probably try to do that. Just give him some fake numbers just to drag it along. Nice. Very nice. This time I got a trash can. But it's like, come on, man. You're not even going to have some fun with me? Just click. Boring. I don't see any warping yet. It doesn't need it. The x-axis is short enough. You don't need dual steppers. As long as you have your eccentrics adjusted properly, it's just fine. I get truly phenomenal print quality out of my E10. There's 2 issues that you have. One, you can, well, 3. One, you're going to burn the wires going to the bed. They are inadequate. You're going to have to replace that plug and solder the wires directly to the bed. The plug will fail. It will burn. The second problem you're going to have is the whole entire fan enclosure system is total garbage. Good. So online, on Thingiverse, there is a replacement hot end shroud that bolts right onto the printer, and your fans bolt right onto it. Looks just like the Ender 3. That makes a world of difference. You go from mediocre prints to, oh my God, this thing actually prints amazingly. Very, very rapidly. The last problem you're going to have is you can't really fix it easily. You can just be gentle with it. I don't know. The problem with the early ANET printers is they use that really thin, janky, bolt together H frame for the carriage plate, and it's flexible. It gives. It's garbage. It's junk. If you can replace that, it would make a world of difference. I believe, if I remember right on mine, I actually did replace it. I took an aluminum plate and I put the H frame on it and lined up all the holes and drilled new holes, and I actually replaced it on my E10. I believe I replaced it. I'm not 100% sure on that. I did it on one of them. And those are the only three problems you're going to have. Otherwise, the printer just does an amazing job. I did print some ABS. It's difficult because you really need an enclosure. With the 1.2 millimeter nozzle, I can get away with some prints. I run the bed at 120, and that creates a heat cloud around the part if it's small enough, and it can work. The problem I have with ABS is you can't get any colors. You can't get a nice color like this in ABS. Come on, it detached again. Don't be a nudge. That does look good though. Hey, no butt droop. No butt droop at all. All right, let's manually level this thing using the normal method. Level, first position. I should not need a brim. All right, that looks pretty good. That looks good. That looks fine. That's a little low. Okay. That should be good. That's annoying. You shouldn't need to. Hello, Timothy from Roswell. That's very annoying, tripods. You shouldn't need to. So this is not a very good ultra base analog. We're going to give it one more shot. I usually run glass plates at 65. I was running this at 60 because it has an AC heat bed, so it can usually heat properly. But I'm going to try 65 and see what happens. Why'd that go crazy? Well, that's still not bad. 160 bucks. You get 20 rolls. It won't let me change again. There it goes. Yeah, this bed is not happy. There we go. That's a little better. I think I got it. Yeah, I hate non-removable glass beds because I'm going to put a flex plate on here too, but now I've got to do it on top of the glass, which is really annoying. Yeah, that's not good. Do not like that at all. There we go. We'll see how that goes. What's going to be a problem, Lego Freak? See, I'm the opposite. I prefer manual bed leveling because I know how to make manual bed leveling stick. So once I level a bed, I don't have to level it again. I mean, like I said, I have printers that I packed into that bus, drove across the country, set them back up 6 months later, turned them on, and did not have to re-level the bed. I just clicked go. Oh, can you see that? I didn't realize I'd bumped it. There we go. Now you can see something at least. Now, yeah, a brim would probably fix this, but I shouldn't have to do that. They should work without me having to make a brim. Thank you, Gopama. But I'm going to put a Wham Bam sheet on this. If the printer proves worthy of getting one. Because you got to earn a Wham Bam sheet. Although I got a knockoff one that I just got from Vince. I could slap that on there. Yeah, maybe I'll put that on here. It looks like they got the cooling right, though. I don't see any butt droop at all on this. Like, none. So they've nailed down the cooling really well. You can see that there. Now that is a very clean Marvin right there. His tushy is very well printed. Nice sharp edges. I mean, that's a sharp... Now, I didn't move the Z-seam. You can see a bit of the Z-seam there. I forgot to set it for the back. No, it's up. It sticks out really far when it sticks out. And we're running the bed at 70 now. We're running the PLA at 200. He's got blue suede shoes. You better stay attached this time. I need to get some more of this orange filament. I really like this filament. It's a very pretty orange. Cool. That was the stream. I just tried opening a website, so yeah, that was the stream. Yeah, the little stutters you're seeing is the stream itself, not the You can see see how my head jitters. Cool. Yeah, so I don't see Chi2 Box doing very well with that trying to monopolize the market there. I think that's gonna I hope that's gonna smack them in the face really hard. They need a good smack in the face for that. He's such a good cat. I love my cat. He got himself a good belly rub this morning. He's sleeping next to me, and my hand, landed on him, and he just rolled over, and I just, like 5 minutes, I just sat there, just giving him a belly rub, and he just like, ah. He was just chill and relaxed. Oh, we gotta do a vase print too. Make sure it doesn't have that vase mode bug where it runs out of buffer space. So on the printer, so far no ribbon cable issues. The new clamps to help hold the ribbon cables in place are a very good upgrade. I like seeing that. I love the 60 millimeter tall extrusion they use. That's always nice. It's gonna be nice and stiff. I'm impressed by the all metal back end on the x-axis. I mean, that's beefy. I just assumed they were plastic. No, they're metal. That's amazing. The updated spool holder. Oh, damn it. The updated spool holder is nice. Seems to be working good so far. So I don't really have any complaints about it. And while I'm not a fan, she doesn't use it too often, but she uses it to play her games. She has these hidden object games that she likes, so she uses it to play those because they're PC games. I'm glad I was able to get her a nice one. It's new enough and decent enough to do what she needs to do, and it's that rose gold pink, so she really likes that. I was going to get her a pink chainsaw, but I'm afraid she might come after me with it. Like, no, leave me alone. Ooh, somebody spotted a rattlesnake. Why the hell can't I move? There we go. Send to drive. There we go. I got that file you sent me too, Gary. Thank you. Yeah, I just scored her a nice memory foam mattress topper, some new pillows. I got her a bunch of new sheet sets, so she has them in purple and pink now. I got her a new comforter that's covered in, metallic pink and purple hearts. She loves that. Oh boy, does she love that. And I got her of course, this happens. It happens so many times. It's so annoying when it happens. I found a vanity mirror because her mirror is cracked. 24-inch round ring LED light around the outside. Pretty cool looking. Little on the small side, but it'll fit fine. And of course, I get it. And the next morning, like 6 hours later, the bigger one shows up. So, of course, I get the bigger one. So now I got two. That's really annoying. But, that's all right. Come on. Well, yeah, shouldn't be doing this. So here's the mirror. Yes. I'm in contact with the one brother, not the other. I got two sisters, I have one brother, one sister, one half brother, one half sister. The two sisters, obviously, I'm in touch with. The one brother, I'm in touch with. The other brother, we haven't spoken since we left Pennsylvania. So I grabbed this for her bathroom. And then, of course, the very next morning, the taller oval-shaped one becomes available. So I grabbed the taller oval-shaped one. And then I also got this new jigsaw puzzle. Looks pretty menacing. That looks like a pretty mean puzzle. How big is it? 26.5 inches across. And then my favorite score was scabbing this. I love this. This will run off of 12 to 24 volt DC or 110 volt AC. So I can actually, this only takes 60 watts. So I can run this off of a battery. And this is a legit, German compressor inside there. It's not a Peltier. So this will go down to -4 degrees. Yeah. And this is a 37 quart cooler. So this will hold a lot. Except this one doesn't appear to have the app. The other one I can connect to it with an app. This one you can't. Cool. Yeah, I know, because I'm looking at something I shouldn't be looking at. But man, there's nothing better than having a dedicated soda fridge, because I keep my sodas at 33 degrees, just above freezing. Oh, is it good? It is very, very good when you have it right at that freezing mark. And if it forms a little bit of slush, even better. But yeah, both my brothers were drug users, and both of them were thieves, stealing whatever they could. Us leaving, and him being stuck behind all alone with no backup and support, appears to have had an impact on Logan. He's pulling his shit together. I mean, he's actually seems to be pulling his shit together. So I think he's going to be okay if he can keep doing it. If he can keep doing what he's doing, and if he can, a little bit of luck, avoid too many major hurdles until he stays clean for a while, I think he'll do it. The other one, lost cause. I think he's gone. He's going to end up in a cycle of going to jail, getting out of jail, going to jail, getting out of jail, and I don't think he's going to escape it. He doesn't have the mental fortitude to survive that kind of a lifestyle. So it's going to end bad for him. And while I don't wish bad on him, it is deserved. He brought it on himself. And I'm sure there's nothing I can do to help him, but I sure as hell wouldn't help him even if I could. You screw me that bad, you're on your own, buddy. You're on your own. So, yeah. He's gonna end up in bad shape. And, well, he can't hurt me now. Some people really need to hit, rock bottom needs to be a smack in the face for some people for them to recover. That was my brother Logan. I realized he never actually hit rock bottom because he always had the safety net of the porno shop in the house. Meaning, no matter how bad it got, he had somebody who could help him. He had a home and he had a job, no matter how bad it got. Now, when we left, when we climbed in, when Michelle got in that pickup truck and I got in that bus and we drove away from the house, he realized we were never coming back. Like, never coming back. We weren't just moving down the street. We weren't just moving across the state. We moved 2,000 miles across the country. It was a 6-day journey to get here. We were never, ever coming back. The business was gone. The house was gone. Dad was gone. The safety net was gone. And that was rock bottom smacking him in the face. And, well, he responded correctly to it. He pulled up his shorts and said, fuck this, I'm going to make this work. And he did. He stopped using drugs so far. He got a job, and he's actually being paid on the books now. And he has responsibilities. He got a car that he paid for himself. He got insurance. He's maintaining it. He's got bills. He's got his phone. He's maintaining it. The number of people he's burned with cell phones, nobody will co-sign an account with him anymore because they know he's going to burn them. The only thing he doesn't have is a place to live, and that's because he's looking for a place, and the guy's dicking him around right now, but he's in waiting for an apartment. But he's doing it. He just had his first major failure. His car broke down and cost him $1,800 to fix everything it needed. And then someone broke into his car and stole all of his tools. And he's handling it as well as can be expected, which is why I don't mind helping him out. I've already gotten him a whole bunch of tools. I won't do freebies with him, just because, I can't afford it. Not that much stuff. A little thing here and there, sure, but I can't afford to be totally freebies. So he just pays the tax, the tax that I'm liable for. He pays that. That's it. And so he got a cordless impact gun for $38. Just the tax. But he's doing it. I think he's got a real chance of making it, I think, and that makes me happy. So even though he screwed me bad and he burned me bad, it makes me happy that he's pulling his shit together and he's actually turning things around. And then my sister Sarah, She is she is kicking ass, taking names, and chewing bubblegum, and she just ran out of fucking bubblegum. She is all out of bubblegum. I mean, she's just doing so well. Thank you, A1 Offender. Yeah, we are doing better. We are. Yeah, that's what it was, Pygar. You said that last time, and you're right. That's a good phrase. It was for him. It was a reality bomb. It was like a nuke going off. Like, holy shit! And no, he stood up and marched forward instead of falling down and crying like a bitch. So I give him deep credit for that. Why is this still running so hot? I need something to hold up back in there. To help it air out. But yeah, I look forward to the day when he visits out here again and he has his own place and his own means. I mean, it's nice. What's the fastest printer you have ever used? I think the fastest printer I've ever used would be the Frozen Sonic Mini. That's a resin printer. That printer did in 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes. That printer did in 10 minutes what would have taken this printer hours. That's because of the MSLA and the monochrome screen and the high power UV. So I was able to print a whole platen of 40 rail button guides. And it did a whole, they're only little, they're only this big, but it did a whole platen of them in 10 minutes. It's ridiculous. It was so fast. Well, you know, to me, that's not something special. To me, that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, that's just the way I was raised. I mean, when I was at, some of you might or might not remember this, but when I was asking advice for handling Michelle, you guys know her situation. She's, you know, not 100%. I guess I didn't realize that I was raised very differently from general population, maybe? I don't know. But the number of people who told me to put her in a home in the care of the state, I mean, that shocked me. That really, like, I could never do that. That's tantamount to killing her. I mean, you might as well just put a gun to her head and shoot. I mean, a state home? And that's not a life. There's nothing there. Jesus. The positron introduction? Send me a link. I know it's insane. It's just that, I mean, if it was that or death, send me a link to either Facebook or Twitter or email. I'd like to see that. Upside down is not an issue. It's easy. Are you talking about the guy who he made the clear bed so you could see through it? Now, I mean, if the choice was, you know, put her in a home or death, okay, sure. You know, that would make sense. I mean, anything's better than dying. But the idea of willingly doing that to a person when there's an alternative is, I mean, Jesus. I mean, and these people weren't mean people. This wasn't malicious people. That they just thought that was okay, that was normal, that was acceptable. I mean, was I raised that differently? Because the way I was raised, you might as well shoot the person. I mean, that's wrong. I don't know. I'm trying to find more to do. Like, I'm pissed off because last week they had a monster truck thing right here in Sandia Park, and I found out about it the day it was going on, so I couldn't get tickets. And but I'm trying to find stuff to do so that she can have some kind of life, you know? Well, obviously I'm not the only one that was raised like that. What I'm surprised about is the number of people who aren't raised like that. I just see, it's the same thing. It's like when I got glasses for the first time. Why didn't you say something sooner? Because that's the way I was raised. So how would I know there's any different? Okay, it's like living in a cave and never knowing there's an outside world. So my mom's still alive. My mom is in Tennessee. My dad died in Christmas Eve 2016. 16? Yeah, I think 16. Yeah, Christmas Eve 2016. But my mom's still alive. She's living with my sister in Tennessee. I want to go to that badly. I really, really, really badly want to see that. I got a nice long lens for it, too. I figure I'll have the 70-200 on one camera, and I'll have the 150-600 on the other one. So I think I'm 45 now? Is that how old I am? I think I'm 45, and this happened 5 years ago, so that would be 40. I was 40 years old. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Because I'd love to have like a look up shot with all the balloons around you. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, well, I also got the bed level closer too. The left foot was still a little off, and I just manually pushed down on the head to make it stick. But yeah, it's working a lot better now. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. As far as I'm concerned, I am a call me a political protester in regards to there, and there. I don't recognize them as valid separations of words. It's my little petty pet peeve against English. Albuquerque is known for an event. It's a balloon festival. So hot air balloons, you know, the big colorful hot air balloons people can go up in. Well, they have an event that they hold here that I haven't seen yet because COVID started right after I got here. But basically hundreds and hundreds of balloons from what I gather. The pictures I've seen are amazing. But I don't know. My concern is her not having a life. You know, I can't afford to travel. That's just not an option for me yet. I'm not there yet. But I can afford, you know, two $35 tickets to go in, to go to an event. Like we did that Cirque du Paranormal thing. That was fantastic. It was fun. I'm definitely going to do a video on that. Absolutely. I really wish they'd hold an air show because we got Kirtland Air Force Base here. An air show would be awesome. But I'm trying to find other events that I can afford to do and that are within close range to us. Because I want her to have experiences. I want her to have enjoyment, to do stuff, and not just rot in this house watching TV all day. Because what else can she do, you know? That's one of the reasons I want to start the puzzle channel with her. I want to get her involved in the business. So I told her, you know, after we subtract costs, she'll get half of whatever we make doing the puzzle channel, because that's, you know, it'll be part of it'll be partly her business. You know, it's going to be a partnership. So I want to get her involved. I want her to be a part of it. What is the life on Fulaflex? I don't understand. Well, how do you find friends? Why the hell did it stop there? Why would it stop right there? Oh, because I don't have an end code. I don't have end, because I reset Simplified 3D. I don't have a an ending script. Oh, that is on there pretty good. Okay, so I guess 70 is the temperature to use, because that was stuck on there pretty good. One of the negative consequences of moving here is that, well, everybody lives on an acre, and they move here to not have friends. They move here to have quiet and solitude. And she can't travel on her own. There's no public transportation, and she can't drive. So she can only go where I can take her. She can't do normal activities yet. She doesn't have the physical stamina. So she can't walk far enough. Like, she can't go to a club. You know, that would never work. And the nearest club, if there is one, would be in Albuquerque, which is 40 minutes away. So we have to do things where she can sit down. And until we lose enough weight that she gains the physical stamina. She has decided to go forward with the breast reduction, since being in her current condition, it's considered a medical necessity. No, she's not, but she's going to. That will take a lot of weight off her back, and well, I can't afford an electric bike, and there's not too many of them that hold 400 pounds. So, and the ones that do cost even more. I have a bicycle for her, but right now she's too heavy to ride it. She needs to lose probably 60 or 70 pounds, and then she can get on a bike. I think she'll be able to get on a bike. I got to get her a trike so that she doesn't have to balance. I had a trike back in Pennsylvania, but Matt destroyed it to scrap it when she stopped riding it. So I got to get her another trike. But even that, she's going to have to lose 60 or 70 pounds before she's probably going to be light enough. She's got to get below 300 pounds. Once she gets below 300 pounds, I think she'll be able to ride a bike. The bike will be able to handle her, and I think she'll be able to handle the bike, you know, once she gets below 300 pounds. Same with me. I got to get below 400 pounds. My bike is reinforced, but it's even reinforced. It's not heavy duty enough for me right now. I got a stationary bike that's a recumbent, so she's sitting in a chair to ride it and not on a saddle. That'll make a big difference. But the problem is the recumbent's out in the cargo container, and she has trouble getting out there. That's one of the reasons I'm building the shed, is because then even if I don't heat it, you know, it would only be too cold for, you know, 2 months in the wintertime. But then I could put the exercise bike out in the shed there, and all she won't have to use any stairs. She'll be able to walk right out the door to the bike and ride it. I'll put up a 40-inch TV screen connected to the car batteries suck. I would use something like this. 20 amp hour lithium iron phosphate batteries. So this has as much capacity as a 50 or 60 amp hour lead acid battery. But The problem is, you know, they're not cheap. You know, building a bike is not cheap. Let me slice something else. That is not what I wanted. I clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, today's going to be hot. It's supposed to get over 90. Oh, it's only 87 now. We're supposed to hit at 90. Yeah, you have your priced recumbents, Michael? Woohoo! I actually have a semi-recumbent. I have a Dream 21 Day 6 bicycle, reinforced with tandem spokes and wheels. Just because standard wheels, I would break the spokes. I do not have it downloaded. Hang on. So we're supposed to hit pretty hot today, but because of where we live, there's no humidity. So even 91 degrees is quite bearable. There it is. I want to download the one thing file. Slice it, Naomi! I don't think she'd appreciate being sliced. Yeah, I don't think she'd like that. There it is. Remove that. Add that. And let's go to vase mode. Oh, wait a minute. Tools. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 4, 8, 12, 0.72. Add location. Split. So we're going to change the layer height to 0.24, 333. And then the second part, we're going to leave that 0.2. No, I can do 0.24. And that is going to be no top layers, no bottom layers. 1 single outline corkscrew. Extruder running at 1.5. And we're going to keep the temperature a little hotter too. Keep the temperature at 210. Yeah, Alabama's nasty. I would not want to live there. That would be hot. No, no, no. Oh, we don't need a brim that big anymore. Let's make it 15. That's more like it. Memory card. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me. Low poly rose. Rose vase. Export. Toolpath successfully exported. Close, 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 close. Give me. Give me. Print me. It says print me. Print. Rose vase. Confirm. Yeah, I could never live in a state like that. Just too hot. I was looking at Kentucky. There's a pretty nice house there. We've had an unusually mild summer this year. I mean, just very cool temperatures. You know, usually we're 90s to 100 in the summertime, and we've had a lot of 75 to 85 this summer. So while the rest of the world's cooking, we've had unusually cool weather for the area. Oh, I forgot to change the bed temperature. And of course, it won't let me change it while it's actively adjusting it. Yeah, it won't let me change it. For some reason, I can't adjust the bed or nozzle temperature while it's actively adjusting it. Yeah, well, here it's 91 degrees, and, well, it might be 91 degrees and probably about 25% humidity. Maybe 20%. Yeah, like right now, yeah, it's 20% humidity right now. Inside and outside, I'm at 20%. So we are at 90 degrees outside with 20% humidity, and we are at 81 degrees inside with 20% humidity, and it feels great. Come on, change. Thank you. And let's splooge you out to make sure you drop that excess on. That's a little better. This is quiet. This is one of the quieter machines I've used in quite a while. So I will give them credit for that. I don't know why it has so much trouble extruding that first layer. Just extrude the damn plastic. And stop giving me lip. Actually, I could probably use the damn camera to see it. That first layer is just going down horrible. Like, what the hell? It should not be this difficult. This printing surface sucks. I did. I crammed a whole bunch through. Excuse me, I told you to stop. Because you're not printing anything. You just got a whole bunch of shit all over your hot end here. Now, why is the temperature so high? Why did it storm up to 230? Well, Donald Trump made a deal with the Taliban to leave the country. We're simply complying with that deal that he made. I guess we'll see what happens. I personally think this is a power move by the Chinese, since the Chinese are staying, and the Afghanistan's considered the Saudi Arabia of lithium. So a lot of batteries are going to be coming out of China. What the hell is the goddamn problem here? Are we too high or are we too low? That looks too high. That looks too high. There we go. We're starting to stick. Starting to stick. Why the hell is this side so high? Let's see what it does. Batteries and opium. Chew the air? Yeah, one of the reasons I chose here was the low humidity. Oh. Oh, we're definitely pulling filament in. Feel it. This bed sucks. The printer's fantastic. The bed is horrible. I don't know. I can't see the nozzle for shit to properly adjust it. I'm thinking about just putting some masking tape down. I mean, obviously my Z offset's wrong, and it doesn't help that the plastic does not want to stick to this bed properly. Now it looks too high. What a pain in the ass. We're going to slow this down too. Yeah, it's nasty. I'm ready to throw it, so I'm trying to be good. Oh, it's so horrible. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to do something. Didn't I just tell you to slow down? I guess it is slowed down. If the perimeter can stick, it'll hold. Let's see what it does. I'm worried about that big wad. Looks like it's squishing it. Yeah. Well, it looks like it's squishing the wad. We'll see what it does. It's got a very flat nozzle tip, so it might just push it right out of there. Yeah, but that other side does not look like it's sticking. Yeah, that's messy. I know, it's a big wad. Yeah, that's done. That's done. Gotta be a ball buster, huh? I'm just real agitated with it right now. Let me try a teeny tiny bit of alcohol. Just a tiny bit. One drop. Try to get the oil off. Oh, nozzle cleaned itself. NPA, what's that? just can't see. See, now that looks too low. How the hell can it be both? It keeps changing every time. Why would it change every time? Well, that's definitely sticking now. Come here. I want to see a fresh line. That's better. All right. Actually, I can see better with the camera. Yeah, sticking much better now. No. This is the opposite. It's like too much retraction, but it's because my offset's wrong. But now it's much better. I did tighten up all these bolts. They're all tight. Oh, it's pretty good now. The back left corner was too low. I also slowed down. That'll help too. Let's raise the temperature again. Now we're sticking. Finally. There we go. Much better. The problem is I can't see the nozzle. I'm a visual leveler. I level by visually looking at the gap between the nozzle and the bed. And this one is very, very hard to do that because the nozzle's hidden behind all this crap. That's why I didn't notice that the back left corner was too low. Hello, Vermont. You are far away from me. I am in New Mexico, right outside Albuquerque. Yeah, it's looking much, much better now. I was just getting agitated. I needed to just calm down a little bit and just work the problem. I'm tired as hell, but at least I'm getting work done. Thank you, Junior. No, I have not tried the 10 log IDEX. That still looks a little off, but it'll survive. Yeah, that's survivable. If I could only have one 3D printer. Sometimes I go back and update my profiles. I should go in and double check them all. Where is my pen? 10 log. Oh. Oh. 10 log IDEX. I'll look that up. Yep, that'll work. Oops. Yeah, that will definitely work. I'm sure you could tell the back right corner is a little too low, but it'll do. I ain't messing with it. Yep, good. That ain't gonna go nowhere. I think I'm gonna leave it at 220 because the parts cooling is good on this. Yep, Marvin. Actually, I'll show you guys Marvin while we're waiting for this. So the Marvin is fantastic. Even the eyebrows are pretty good. These parts up here. No butt droop. None whatsoever. Perfect butt. Yeah, that came out real nice. I have zero complaints about that. See those top layers there? They're almost glassy. No droop or dribble on the keyring piece. How strong is that? That's pretty strong. Strong enough to put a dent in my finger. That's not bad at all. No droop on the front either. This, what, 30 minutes? Usually it's like 25, 30 minutes. Very nice. I am very happy with that. Why is this going so slow? I know I told it to go slow, but... Oh boy. Okay. As far as quality 3D prints, David Harkin asks, what's the best 3D printers I own, and which would I recommend for the best quality 3D prints? You're not going to see much of a difference in... Hang on, this is too slow. I don't know why it's going so slow. Well, Ender 2 doesn't count because you can't get one. Plus, the Ender 2 is not the best all-around printer because it's too small. It produces some of the best print quality, but you're limited by the print volume. There is not much of a difference in print quality between the 160 plus printers I have. There's not much difference in print quality. Some printers suck, but not because the print quality is bad. The print quality is bad because the printer has a mechanical problem. Otherwise, these printers are all basically the same. There's not that much of a difference. There's differences. They're all different, but there's really not that much of a difference. It's like the difference between a Corolla and a Taurus. There's just not much of a difference. Where you will see a difference is in availability of parts, the reliability and consistency of the machine itself, and the quality of the construction of the machine. That's where you're going to see a bigger difference in the long run, because you won't be spending as much time broken down making repairs. Lotmax SE10 is a good machine. My current favorite printer that I suggest to people, new or experienced, looking for a second printer without any description of particular needs that you might have is the Ender 5. It's 220 by 220 or 230 by 230 build volume, so same as an Ender 3, same as this. You gain a little bit on the Z, you get 300 millimeters of Z, so you get a little bit bigger build volume. What do you want? You get a bigger build volume. You get the reliability of a Creality machine. When I say the reliability of a Creality machine, you're also going to get similar quality from Artillery, similar quality from Anycubic. They've made so many machines and they're big enough that they now exert control over the production of their parts. Meaning they can dictate the quality control terms for their components to a large extent. So their components begin to get better. So less chance of something breaking or something failing because it was a low quality part. The other reason I like the Ender 5 is simplicity. It's not going to be as clean a build as like the CR6 SE, which is a phenomenal printer. They sent me one for free, and I backed one on Kickstarter because I was so impressed with the machine. So I have two of them. And the Viper is actually Anycubic's answer to the CR6 SE, and it's arguably superior. It is arguably a better machine. So that's something to consider as well if you're looking at that class of machine. Come on, lock in. I don't want to hear no problems. Just do it. There we go. Come on. The Ender 5 is simpler. It's a very, very simple machine. You are not going to have to worry about machine failing. It's also a good compromise between quality, usability, and price. It's about $350. If you check out, who's the company? I sometimes got machines from them. They're a company in the US that sells refurbished machines. They have a website where you could buy refurbs. If anybody thinks of the name, I believe I want to say it begins with an O. But if anybody can think of the name, let me know. Nice. Now, the only upgrade the Ender 5 needs is a flex plate. It comes with a magnetic bed, but it's that flexible one, which is garbage. You want to replace that with a steel flex plate. After that, you're good. You don't have to replace anything else on that machine. Even the plastic extruder is okay because where it's positioned, it's low stress. Although you can replace that with a metal one for like $10 off Amazon. Now, if you want to dabble with a slightly more advanced machine, the quality control is a little bit better. CR6 SE is not a bad machine. And the auto bed leveling actually works. Same with the Viper. No. If you want to play with a dial gauge, go for it. But for me, except for pain in the ass machines like this, where it's hard to see, AINA A8 for the win. Actually, from what I hear, the AINA A8 Pro is a halfway decent machine, but I haven't played with one. So my suggestion would be either Ender 5 or CR6 SE. The CR6 SE is going to cost a little more, but it does a little more hand holding. You got the color screen, stuff like that. They do have the Ender 5 Pro, which is the same as the Ender 5, but with silent stepper drivers, metal feeder unit, Capricorn tube. Comes with some nice upgrades. If you're using the printer in a room where noise is an issue, that's not a bad idea. If you don't care about the noise, you're better off buying the Ender 5 and then adding the metal feeder and Capricorn yourself for a lot less money. Now, the other advantage of the Ender 5 is that it's a cube frame. The printer is almost completely assembled. It comes in a top, bottom, and a side assembly, and then you just have to link all of them together with 4 vertical rails. And that's all there is to assembling that printer for the most part. No, auto leveling is not really needed. And there's only 2 machines out there. Well, there's actually a lot more than 2 machines out there, but basically any machine that does not use the nozzle doesn't have automatic bed leveling. It has assisted bed leveling. It creates a mesh. As you can see, we still had to do work. But you take a machine like the Viper or the CR6 SE or the FL Sun Racer or the FL Sun Q5, those have pretty much genuine automatic bed leveling. All you got to do is set the offset or the first layer height. I'm sorry, guys. Give me a minute. I got to go to the bathroom real quick. Give me one moment. I really got to go to the bathroom. Come on, cat. He's in the box. Sorry, baby. I had to get past you. I was trying to get the box out of the way. And I was like, why is this box so heavy? Because there's a cat in it. Cat was like, hey, my box, my box. So, can you run the Core XY machines faster? No. Core XY machines don't run faster. Core XY machines can run faster. So, if you buy a regular, kit, this level of quality Core XY, it's not going to run much faster. If you buy a high quality Core XY or you build a high quality Core XY with speed in mind, then yes, they can run faster. Ender 5 Plus is a big machine. It's huge. It's got, I think, a 350 by 350 by 400 build volume or something like that. And of course, it's a cube, so it is very, very large. It's also very expensive. Although, again, you can get a refurb. Comgrow. The site is Comgrow. COMGROW, I think. They're the ones who have the refurbs. Oh, man. Diet peach tea just above freezing. A little bit of slush forming inside. Yeah. Hey, that's looking pretty good. That's looking damn good, actually. So, If you want to dabble with the Core XY, the Two Tree Sapphire or Sapphire Plus are good machines. They're not perfect. They have issues, little tiny corrections you need to make, but they are decent machines. I get very good results with them. If you want to dabble with a Delta, I suggest the FL Sun Q5 or the FL Sun Super Racer. Either one of those is fantastic machines with true automatic bed leveling. As far as the Cartesian printers go, I would suggest the Ender 5 line or the CR6 Viper line. No, I wouldn't. The theory is that a Delta is better for speed because the effector, the hot end portion, is lighter. But you lose speed in the fact that you now have to drive 3 stepper motors and 3 sets of kinematics. See, when this printer moves, it only has to move the X or the Y, while the Delta has to move X, Y, and Z for all movements. Like this printer here can print a single line using 1 stepper motor, while the Delta still needs to use 3 stepper motors to make that same single line. So again, unless you're talking about a $2,000 or $3,000 level machine, like a like an Atomic Filaments has printers they make. What's the Artemis? So unless you're talking about something like the Artemis or something like that, you're not going to see a speed advantage in a Delta. Not really. I have one of those polar printers in the container. I'm gonna have to get that out one day. We're gonna have to play with that. The problem with the Sculpt though is that you have to log into their system. Although I believe somebody has a workaround for that. Yeah, what you think you see as lines on that print is actually the iridescence of the translucent filament. You'll see when I change the angle, that print's a lot nicer than you think. That looks like a really nice vase. But my suggestion is, if you want a more bulletproof printer with a slightly expanded build volume, you buy an Ender 5. If you want the absolute dirt cheapest printer you can buy, that you'll have to do some work to make it work right, but has good quality parts, you buy an Ender 3. If you want a largely turnkey printer that has, you know, it's quiet, it's got good components, it's got automatic bed level, it's got a color screen, and it's just built really well, then you buy the CR6 SE or the Anycubic Viper. Yeah, you mean that? That's the Super Racer right there. Very good machine. They did a good job on it. Those extrusions are a work of art. Now, some of you who are new might be wondering, what's the big deal about the ANET A8? Nothing. It's a piece of shit. It's a garbage pile of parts that you're lucky if it doesn't burn your house down, and God help you as you try to make it print and make it do anything useful. Yes, I think it is. The Super Racer is a very good machine. So what was so special about the ANET A8? We see, you live in a time where you could buy $150 Ender 3s. When the ANET A8 came out, the closest you could get to touching a 3D printer was like $3,000. Maybe $2,500 from MakerBot. And most of those were like $5,000, but I think they had a small one for like $2,500 at the time. We're talking about before the MakerBot Mini came out, and even that was $1,400. So at the time, regular Joe Schmoes like you and me couldn't touch a 3D printer. It was too expensive. It was a very, very expensive hobby. Even though desktop machines were starting to come out, they were expensive. They were thousands of dollars. So here was this garbage pile heap of parts that was literally, you burn your house down, piece of shit pile of garbage junk, but it was $200, and if you put in the work and the effort, you had a 3D printer. And at the time, that was like somebody handing you a Star Trek replicator. It's just like, wow. And people just went nuts with it. Not because they wanted to, but because they had to. Because they could not afford anything else. This was the first vague representation of a 3D printer that average Joe could afford. And so average, not average Joe like, Walmart average Joe hobbyist, meaning a person willing to put in that work, that level of dedication to that subject matter. So they leapt on it. They just jumped all over this thing. They sold so many of those machines, it was ridiculous. And it took a lot of work to actually make one of them do something and make it work, but work is free. Your labor and your time doesn't cost anything. So people were willing. The Model A is like the Ender 3. The Model A was great compared to the A8. But people were willing to put in that work if it meant that they could have a 3D printer. I want one. I want to build one. I want to build a bone stock ANA A8 just because. And yeah, it was $100. At one point, it got down to $100. Yeah. Well, it's interesting to think about this. Imagine if Home Depot was a city. And each aisle was a street. And each section of the aisle was a home or a different business. And now Home Depot does more than just hardware. They do everything. Electronics, engineering, all of it. So if you lived in that area in China, now I'm paraphrasing here, but the concept works. I could say, okay, go down to aisle 3, hall D, and grab me some of these wheels. Grab me a box of wheels, and then you go down there and grab a case of extrusion, and then take it over to hall E and have them cut it to these specs. And then you go grab, those components down there. It was all off-the-shelf components. They just grabbed a bunch of parts that kind of sort of represented a 3D printer and tossed them in a box and handed it to the end user for $200 and said, "Good luck." And so the hacker tinkerers among us, they went wild because we can now. Oh yeah, no, I don't have a Tico. Tico's one I don't have because they sucked. They decided on hardware that didn't work, and then they ran out of money to change that hardware. That's my guess. So the ANET A8 gave the hinker, hacker, tinkerer crowd access to 3D printing, which was something that previously only very wealthy people could gain access to. And the reason that happened was because the primary patents that had been crushing 3D printing had expired. They were gone. With those patents out of the way, the market was free to dive into 3D printing. Now, because of the popularity of the ANET A8, other companies realized, oh my God, there's a market here for this. and other people started making 3D printers. One of the first good 3D printers, and very popular as well, was the one. This is where I got into 3D printing. Was the Wanhao? Oh, I'm sorry. Before the ANA A8, you had literal homemade machines. Look up the Mendel. It's called the Mendel, Mendel. It's made of threaded rods and pipes and stuff like that. And but that required very deep knowledge. These people were custom making these things. The ANA A8 turned it into a kit. So now tinkerers could get into 3D printing. And that increased the market size of 3D printing. Then the Wanhao Duplicator i3 V2 came out. And you also have the Monoprice Maker V2 or whatever. Basically a copy, a clone of the Monoprice machine. Or a clone of the Wanhao machine. And those machines were actually halfway decent out of the box. They were functional machines out of the box. You didn't have to do nearly as much crap to make them work as an ANA A8. They still weren't perfect. And that's where the modding crowd came in. So you had the tinkerer hacker crowd, and now you had a larger audience, the modder crowd. The modder crowd is kind of like halfway tinkerer hackers, but not as hardcore. So there's more of them. Each time you go up to a simpler group of people, you encompass a larger group of people. So the hacker tinkerers would design the parts, and then the modders would then print, and then they would modify their machines with those parts. And about this time, Tinkercad came out, and now even the modder crowd could start making their own parts. Like, I made a little tray that would bolt onto the side of my Wanhao. Nice, is all pretty, and it would hold my little bottle of alcohol spray. Me too. I would love to build a Mendel as well. I have an original cupcake. The the MakerBot made of plywood with a little moving belt so that you can print parts over and over and over again. I have one. I've never gotten it to work yet. I don't even know how to get it to work yet. I'm guessing I have to connect it to a computer. But I have one of those, and I would like to get that running one day. And once the Wanhao crowd came in, things really started to get, busy. Because now you could buy a 3D printer that was, it wasn't turnkey, but it was assemblable. It wasn't like a hardcore parts box kit like the A8. It was more like IKEA. And it was $400. It was incredibly cheap for incredibly decent quality, and with a few minor upgrades. So, for example, replacing the carriage plate was a big one, because the stock carriage plate was too thin, so it flexed. So there was a company that made an aftermarket carriage plate that was thicker, so that it wouldn't flex. And then you could print out parts and buy the threaded rods and nuts and bolts to print out the triangle reinforcement to go from the top of the gantry down to the front of the printer, because this was a stamped steel machine, very much like the early Anycubics. And that what the result was, the machines were flexible. And so if you touched or moved the machine, it would flex a tiny bit, and your bed leveling was gone. When you replaced the carriage plate with the stronger carriage plate, stronger springs, replacement wheels, cups to keep the spring straight, because we didn't have the die compression springs yet. No, the Mendel is not an early Prusa. It's completely different. It looks like a triangle cabin, like a lean-to cabin. I wouldn't be surprised if the Lulzbach crowd came from Mendel's. I see a lot of hints that they came from there. Like the Wade extruder. You can see a lot of similarities between that and the Lulzbachs. But now At this point, it was still a hacker, tinkerer, modder hobby, because we didn't have any turnkey printers yet. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. Maybe that's where Prusa came from. Maybe Prusa started off with a Mendel. I don't know. So now the larger Chinese companies, the wealthier Chinese companies, decided to get involved in this 3D printing. There was enough money there. Correct. This is a Prusa i3 based design. That's why I call this an i3 printer. This is based on the original Prusa i3 form factor. Oh, I didn't know the... send me pictures of that. I'd love to see some pictures of that stuff. So then Creality comes onto the scene. And Creality puts money into 3D printing. Meaning they put the money into custom machining the parts, standardizing the parts line, standardizing the parts train. They are also, begrudgingly, the first company to begin to understand the benefits of feedback. Most Chinese companies are not used to accepting feedback from their user base. It's a caste-based system, and that's not how they work. If you were smart, though, and you knew how to work the system, you could get Creality to listen. The Ender 3 Pro is basically my printer. I spent about an hour and 45 minutes talking with a Creality executive at the East Coast Rep Rap Festival through his translator because he did not speak English, going over what was right and wrong about the Ender 3 and, more importantly, why and how to fix it. And they released the Ender 3 Pro with almost every single suggestion I gave them. The only thing they fucked up on is I told them I wanted a magnetic flex plate, and they used a magnetic surface, but it was that stupid flexible one, like the almost cloth-like, like soft. It was horrible. And I told them they need to use a steel plate, not that stupid soft one. But otherwise, every suggestion I gave them, they put into that machine. They were the first company to actually take feedback from the community and incorporate it into improvements in the printer, which actually caused its own problems with different aspects of the hobby. But they kind of mastered the idea of JIT version upgrades. JIT is just-in-time manufacturing, and they would do real-time rollouts of upgrades. Like, usually what you would see is a manufacturer would release the Ender 3. And then next year, they would release the Ender 3 Mark II. And then the next year, they would release the Ender 3 Mark III. So it's like kind of like having a 2020 Mustang, 2021 Mustang, and a 2023 Mustang, and a 2024 Mustang. Well, instead, what Creality did was they would incorporate changes into production in real time as they came up with the changes. So it would be like Ford Mustangs. They produced 15,000 of them. They started in January. We're in March. Oh, we're going to change this. Okay, so now every Mustang made after March 3rd is going to have this change, but every Mustang made before March 3rd is not going to have this change. No new model number. We're just going to fix it and start inserting the upgrade into the production line. And that's what they started doing. So if you bought an original CR10, it was quite a different machine from the exact same model CR10 you would buy 2 years later. Twitter, Facebook, email. Oh, really? That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, this Now, Prusa didn't do this extrusion thing, but this shape of a vertical 2D gantry on top of a base, that was, I believe Prusa was the first to do that. I could be wrong, but I believe Prusa was one of the first, if not the first, to do that. That's why they called it the Prusa i3. That's why we call this an i3 printer, because they're all basically derivations of that original Prusa printer. And otherwise, we tend to refer to printers based on their size. So a CR10 is a 334 because it's 300 by 300 by 400. So it's, you know, we got 3 decimeters by 3 decimeters by 4 decimeters. They don't use decimeters very much, but we call it a 334. And so like the S5 would be a 555. The Anycubic Chiron would technically be a 444 plus, because I think it's 4 by 4 by 4.5. And but we just call it a 444. It's close enough. But these printers here, these Ender 3 size printers, we call them i3 sized. Hey, Fernando. The bed's garbage. I hate this. I don't like it at all. Although, I think a large part of the problem was I wasn't leveling it correctly. Because you notice it's sticking fine now. And I wasn't leveling it correctly because I'm tired as hell. And it's really hard to see the nozzle on this. And I level my beds by looking at the nozzle. So if I would have leveled it with a piece of paper, it probably would have been fine. But the Creality came out with the CR10. And the CR10 was like mind-shattering. Because we're talking, you know, $500 for a printer that could print. It's that silicon dioxide glass with the black dot pattern on top for auto release sticking, kind of like PEI, like Anycubic Ultra Base. The CR10 allowed you to print something 12 by 12 by 16 inches. I mean, literally, you could print a foot by a foot by a foot and a half. And, well, not quite a foot and a half, 16 inches, 18 inches, a foot and a half. But still, for under $500, you had a machine that could print almost anything you wanted. I mean, the scale of what you could do for the price and the quality of the parts, even regardless of the problems the machine had, the quality of the parts and the prints you got from it was like nothing the world had ever seen before, and not at that price. That the CR10 is how I got into this. Like, I was making 3D printing YouTube videos before I made money off of it. I just did it because why not, you know? And, you know, why keep all of it hidden? If you're going to do all this stuff, share it with people. And then one day, this guy contacted me from GearBest and said, would you like a free 3D printer? And I'm like, yeah, sure. He's like, no, seriously, would you like a free 3D printer? And I was like, you're not going to ask me for any credit card information? He's like, no. Your name, your address, and your phone number, and I'll send you a printer. Set up an affiliate account so we can track sales of the printer through our site. And I was like, well, I don't need that. You know, I don't care about making money on this. Like, it's all right. We just want to track it for ourselves to make sure, you know, see how we're doing as far as selling the machine, and you'll make a commission too. And so I set it up, and he sent me a CR10. And here we are, you know, 5 years later, 170 printers, living in New Mexico. The FL Sun printers use bed leveling like the CR6 SE. They're using a sensor that uses the tip of the nozzle. That's that thing you plug in. That thing is it's either a resistive or capacitive sensor or something like that. It's some kind of a switch that activates when the nozzle pushes against the bed. And I don't know exactly what it is, but the concept is the same. It's using the actual tip of the nozzle to level the bed. And that is true bed leveling. And it works very well. I'm surprised. I am dumbfounded that more manufacturers don't use that. But I know why. I now know why. Okay. I know why more manufacturers don't use that. Yeah, that's gonna get broken. That there is screaming break me. I know why they don't use that more often. It actually makes sense why we only see that on deltas. I can't believe I didn't think of this before. Think about it. A delta does the Viper uses a strain gauge just like the CR6SE. And it does it just as well too. Very, very good machine. I would definitely give that a recommended buy. It is the same level of quality and quality hardware and quality manufacturing as a CR6SE. And on top of that, they add a volcano hot end. They add a flex plate for the bed. And there's a couple other things they add. I'd have to pull it out. It's right there, buried right now. But it is a substantial improvement. You know, material improvements. And they kept the price the same, which is impressive. So, the reason you can't use that sensor on a regular printer is because you remove the sensor. Think about it. Where does a Cartesian printer home? A Cartesian printer homes down. It homes on the bed. That's why you need an end stop switch to stop it from crashing into the bed. A delta does not home on the bed. A delta homes up. A delta moves all three arms to the top, and that's where the end stop switch is. It then, remember, the reason these printers can work is because of stepper motors. See, think about it this way. If I want to move, I want to use an electric motor to move this object from here to here. How do I reliably move that object to that same spot every time? Well, I would need some kind of camera sensor to detect where it is and to make sure it's in the right spot. Well, there's an easier way. Do it blind. A stepper motor does not turn. It does not rotate like a motor does. A stepper motor moves in discrete steps. So it does not go like this. It goes tick, 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 tick. But more of them. Okay? And it can reliably and consistently go tick here, tick here, tick here, tick here, tick here, tick here, and it will be in the exact same spot as it started. It can do that reliably and consistently. So the way a delta, and the way these printers move, and the way a delta homes is by, okay, I'm going to home up. Zip, it's going to come to the top. Now, I'm going to move down until I touch the bed. And I'm going to count how many steps I got to move those stepper motors until I trigger that sensor. And let's say it's 1,563 steps. Well, now I simply save in the firmware, home to 0, move down 1,563 steps, and your nozzle will be right there on the bed. That's how a delta homes. That's why a delta can use that kind of a homing system. That's why a Cartesian printer cannot use that kind of homing system. The only way you could use that kind of homing system on a Cartesian printer is if you homed up somehow. No, of course not. It's 3dprinting@nerisse.com. Having an email in your description to go and get spammed. Also, if you go to nerisse.com, that's my portal page. That'll take you to all my YouTube channels. That'll give you my email address, my affiliate links, everything. Yes, the Viper is a clone of the CR6 SE, and then they improved it. Oh, that felt good. Hey, Drone Shots. No, this is translucent PLA. Regular PLA. But it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Man, it's gorgeous. This printer is quiet. The only fan I hear is the parts cooling fan, and even it's pretty quiet. Artillery, you get a plus up for that. You actually listened and did something about fan noise. Good job. Very, very good. You got rid of the power supply fan, which you don't control. And then you were able to add a body control fan, which is nice and big, so it's quiet. Your hot end fan is silent. I can barely hear a thing from it. The only fan I hear at all is the parts cooling fan. And that's pretty hard to make quiet because you've got to push enough air to cool the parts. The printer arrived with this damaged. So there's a crack in the fan housing here, and the parts cooler was busted off. It was originally, I guess, glued on. And so I just put a piece of tape to hold it on. I didn't have any super glue handy to glue it back on, and I wasn't sure if that fan still worked. So I decided to just tape it on. Exactly. The AC heat bed allowed them to use a much smaller fanless power supply. Because believe it or not, these printers actually don't take very much power. Usually 40 or 50 watts. All the rest of the power goes into the heat bed. Yeah, this is a beautiful color. I love this color. It looks much better in real life, too. Now, what I'm waiting for is for one of these manufacturers to put dual IECs on the back of this printer. I want 2 AC cords on the back of this printer. And I want the firmware to be able to recognize when that second AC port is powered up, so that it will not throw an error if power is cut off to that port. Because with an AC heat bed, I want 2 plugs. Because if I combine a PC or build tack or fake tack build surface with an AC heat bed, I could plug this printer into a UPS using 2 power cords. One going to the non-battery side and one going to the battery side. This way the printer will be on battery backup, but the heat bed will not be on battery backup. Now, if you're using glass or PEI, this won't work. But if you're using build tack, fake tack, PC build surfaces, this will work. This way, if the power goes out, the printer will keep going, but only drawing 40 or 50 watts from the power supply, so it'll run for hours. The heat bed will turn off because it's on its own AC power supply and the power went out. And that's why the firmware has to be smart enough to not have a thermal runaway error. So it has to check the AC input. And if there's power, enable thermal runaway. But if there's no power, ignore thermal runaway because there's no power. But that would allow people to have a much easier time of battery power backup for these 3D printers. But AC heat beds allow that. Well, you could theoretically do it with a DC heat bed as well. You'd have to run it on a relay. And then you'd have 2 relays. One relay running the heat bed. And then the other AC relay would interrupt power to the DC relay. This way you'd cut off the heat bed when the power went out, but the printer would keep going. But again, that would require a firmware update because otherwise thermal runaway would kick in. Because the printer would be attempting to apply power to the heat bed, but the heat bed would be cooling down. So the firmware would have to be intelligent enough to recognize, okay, the power source is off, so I'm going to ignore the temperature change in the bed. But if there is power, don't ignore the temperature change in the bed. You see what I mean? All they'd need to do is put 2 IECs back there and have one IEC go right into the SSR, and the other IEC go into the printer power supply. And this way I'd have 2 plugs. One would go on the battery side and one would go on the surge side. That would be very cool. For people who have sketchy power and stuff like that, that'd be pretty cool. But this printer is very quiet. I wonder, do the directions address the start G code? No, it does not address getting the mesh back out of the in the G code. It does not address that. I love spiral mode. It's amazing how you can watch these printers go and it just does not get boring. It's fascinating to watch a machine making something in front of you. I mean, you're watching the early days of Star Trek replicators right here. Huh. That looks just like the Mendel printers. I love that owl print too. That's a cool print. That was he says a Prusa I2, you said? Was that a Prusa I2? Oh yeah, absolutely. That's how a lot of this stuff tends to work. You get the hackers, engineers, and tinkerers who start off, and then the the modders and tinkerers come in, and then all those people pave the way for average Joe to finally come in. Oh wow. Yes. I will take two 32-gallon trash cans. I will also take two 23-gallon Slim Jims. Two-pack? Yes, I'll take that. Wow. That's pretty awesome. Here's another Slim Jim. Oh my God, they got some good stuff up here. I'm going to take these first. I want this 3-shelf cart. Oh my God. Some nice juicy stuff just got posted. Wow. Did my thing? Wow, that didn't show up. Cool. So that's 3, right? Thank you, Junior. I appreciate that. There it is, 25. Oh boy. I'm going to grab the other Slim Jim too. I love these Slim Jim trash cans. That's these triangular trash cans right here I use. Very nice. I will not pass up free Slim Jims. Holy crap. Trash Canapalooza. Here's another one. What the heck? I don't need that many. I think 3 more is enough. Oh, holy crap. Oh, they don't come with lids? That's lame. Wow. That's fantastic. Holy crap, that's a lot of good stuff. You can never have too many trash cans. Never. Holy. Oh, here's a coffee roaster. Do people actually buy green coffee beans and roast them themselves? Jesus. Wow. I never imagined that would be a thing. All done. Hey, but camoose, no. Now we just gotta let it cool down so I can pop it off of there. Now here's some more free charcoal briquettes. But I don't want to waste a pick on them. Oh. $77 for a 40-pound bag. Ouch. Don't buy cheap Chinese webcams. Buy Logitech. Seriously, buy Cyber Acoustics or Logitech. They're not that expensive. You can get them on Amazon pretty cheap. What's that? You guys want to see? Rollerblades? Oh man, I never turn down trash cans. Never. It's like trash bags. You never turn down trash bags. I don't know. Are these cameras old? I hope not. I like Logitech. That would suck if they turned to the dark side. Oh, still too hot. Huh. That would suck. So what I got is the C922X and the C930. Those are the cams that I use. So it's $86 for a C930. It's $100 for a C922. I mean, those are just good quality cams. Now you can get the Cyber Acoustics pretty cheap. Yeah, that's broken. So here's the 922. Yeah. It's not that big. Yes, I still have an Amazon page. Always. That's the C930E. And this is the mouse that I use. I love this mouse. It takes AA batteries, and it literally runs for years on the batteries. Oh, it won't let me link directly to the mouse. Well, do a search for the M705. You can get them used for as low as $20. And they also have a Bluetooth version as well. It has a unifying receiver and a Bluetooth receiver. So let me add this. Do I have a computer category? Computer related. Yes, I do. I'm going to add all these to the computer related page. And let me try to find the cyber acoustics, because you're looking at the cyber acoustics right here, and it does a pretty damn good job too. And this here that you guys see, this document camera, it's in the description of this video. It says docu camera. Fantastic. Computer related. And let me add the C930. You can get the C930 for as cheap as $60 used. Now see if I can find CYBER. There it is. You'll like this one too. This one's only $35. You can't beat that with a 10-foot stick. I say and in my opinion, this is easily as good as the Logitech. Yeah. The thing just runs forever. It takes 2 AA batteries running in parallel. So it's doing that for increased capacity. And even the cheap batteries give me 2+ years. And they sell a nice case for it too. A little hard shell case. Because I have 2 of them. I have one for here at home, and I have one that I keep in my laptop bag. Come on. Stop being a douche. There. I added it to that as well. Ooh, somebody posted a thing. A wonderful, glorious thing! I'll post that case too. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes. Yeah, I saw the SpaceX ones. The Herbie Beetle looks pretty cool. Come on. Why are you taking so long? Why are you being a nudge? Don't be a nudge. Yeah, I was thinking about switching to my new rechargeables. Since I have the new, actually, let's put some in right now. Where is that pack of batteries that I just had? Here? I just had the pack of batteries. What did I do with it? Oh, man. I could be such a mess sometimes. Literally, I just had them. What the heck did I do with them? There they are. These are lithium AA batteries. So it's a lithium battery with a little chip inside that puts out the 1.5 volts of a AA, and it's got a USB-C port on it. So you just plug it into a USB-C port and recharge it. How cool is that? I want to see how long this will run on these. The AAAs don't work so great. The capacity is way too low. The AA's, however, and the C and the D cells and the 9 volts, they work great. There we go. Oh, I got a leak somewhere. So I only did 3 bottom layers. Normally I have a different process to make airtight, but that's almost airtight. Got a leak right there. Very nice. Can I turn the light off? There we go. Oh, that is beautiful. It's like glass. Yeah, I've heard of the Gerber shard. Oh, that is pretty. Someone's at my door. We'll find out who they are. Yes. Hello.
Hi, you first again. Thank you.
Nope, still going now. Someone's here to pick up some pellets. I just got to move the key out of the way. I'll be right back. They weren't supposed to. Yes, if you do a search for a Thingiverse Rose Vase, it'll pop right up. Yeah, they were supposed to wait until 4 to come. Oh, it is 4:30. They were on time. I didn't realize it was that late. Holy crap. Wow. Oh, Thingiverse. I want to see that file you posted for me. Come on. All little containers. Isn't that cute? Hi, baby. Are you a good boy? Yeah? You a good boy? Thank you for that. I'll definitely download that. Now, does anybody, maybe I can barter with somebody to, model my house as a 3D model. Like a decent detail model. Like the shingles on the roof and the, door steps, stuff. I could probably build steps, stuff like that in Tinkercad pretty easily. But I'm looking for somebody to model my house. I'll take a bunch of pictures of it and whatnot. But I'm looking for somebody to make a nice detailed model. Texture for the roof and the siding and all that stuff. And because I would love to eventually print a diorama of my entire property. I just think that'd be freaking cool. I don't know. Well, I think that's more than a Fiverr kind of thing, because what I want's a decent amount of work. If I wanted just to make a basic shape, I can do that. But I want more detail than that. Clockspring makes some great stuff, and Fostmint makes some good stuff too. Oh, the beer crate battery holder? Yep, I've seen those. I think I already have those downloaded. They're pretty cool too. You know about those. Let's see. But overall, it turns out the bed is probably just fine, and I'm just tired and agitated. Once I got it leveled, it printed just fine. It stuck just fine. Although it does seem to be happier at 70 than 60. Let's see, what else? It's incredibly quiet. I love that. I would like to see them start using a short thumb drive. Don't use these long ones. Use the little ones, the little cruiser minis. Yeah, I'm not in a rush. Not in a rush at all. Then I gotta find a 3D model of pinon trees so I can print them out. I have to print them on a resin printer. AC heat bed's fantastic. The cable management and guide is fantastic. I love this. Properly channeled. All the belts are nice and straight. Everything was nice and tight. The new clamps to help with holding the ribbon cables are fantastic. I love the new clamps. That's a good thing. Hot end worked perfectly. The choice of fans is fantastic. The upgrade to the spool holder works great. I had no problems. I think that's the first time I had no issues with one of these spool holders. I normally don't like these kind of spool holders, but that worked great. And I can see that, you know, that's sitting there just fine, no problem. I still wonder what would happen if this tangled. Would it tip over? Probably not. As with the original, I love the 60 by 20 rail. Normally, I'd like to see a 40 by 40 here, but I'd normally like to see a 40 by 40 here, but this is fine, no issues. The only thing I don't like is there's no way to tension this belt. It's not loose, but it's not as tight as I'd normally like it. I'd like that just a hair tighter, just a smidge tighter. But the prints are fantastic. Unlike a lot of machines, parts cooling is spot on. No droopy butt whatsoever. It came out perfect. Awesome. Let me copy that. You might want to delete that so that it doesn't become a permanent part of the record. Since the scammers will find it, and once it posts, you know, once we're done the stream, you won't be able to delete it. Touchscreen small, but adequate, works fine. The bed leveling needs to be worked on in that it does not appear to have saved the mesh. When I did the bed leveling, I had to manually level. Well, it's not a matter of being public knowledge so much as machine accessible. That's the issue. When it's machine accessible, it makes it very easy for them to scrape for content in that regard. You know, when you have a link, an obfuscated link, or when you mention it or something like that, it's harder for the automated scraping programs to grab that information. But a live chat session, they'll just download the whole chat and just scrape all the addresses out of it. Because they're scumbags! But you're right, it probably doesn't matter. Once one of them gets your address, they all got your address. Let's see what else. The wire management in the base is fantastic. That is one of the nicest wired printers that I've seen in a long time. Everything was done right. There was everything was crimped or ferruled properly. Everything was routed properly. There were grommets to prevent abrasion everywhere. That's one of the nicest jobs I've ever seen wiring up the inside of a printer. You did a very, very good job on that. Assembly was stupid. I mean, 4 screws, stick in the mount. The screws were already here. All I had to do is plug it in, screw it in, and plug all the plugs in. And that was it. You were done. You should do something about this wire here, because end users who don't know better are going to go crazy trying to figure out what the hell that is. So I'm actually going to push that through. I don't think it'll fit. Yeah, I don't think it's going to fit. Yeah, it doesn't fit. So you can't just push it through. That's actually a good thing that you can't push it through, because you accidentally push it through, you're in for a hurting if you don't know what you're doing. The bots will get you. The bots will get you. Never let the machines win. I haven't seen him in a while. He made me those awesome t-shirts. My only major gripe, I mean, besides, you know, use a short USB stick, this is screaming trouble. Make sure you include a sample STL so people can print right away. But my only complaint is this glass bed is permanently attached. I would like to see an aluminum plate, a nice thick aluminum plate, and I would like to see this bed held down by fasteners, not by glue, so that the end user can change this without penalty to something else. Beyond that, I'm impressed. You did a good job. It worked out of the box. You know, once I got past my aggravation, I'm so exhausted. I didn't go to bed till like 5:30 in the morning. That's why I started the stream a little bit late, because I didn't wake up till like 10. Because I was just exhausted. I was getting agitated. Once I realized the quarter was low, it was my fault. It printed just fine. You can see that first layer looks fine. I got no complaints there. I still don't prefer this, but it worked. Clean it off with you know, if necessary, a tiny bit of soap. You got to be careful because normally I'd say remove the plate and take it to the kitchen sink and clean it off with soap and water. You can't do that here because you can't take it off. So a damp rag. And I cleaned it with a tiny bit of isopropyl on the rag, not even enough to wet this, and that does not seem to have damaged it. But I'd still be careful. It's my understanding that some of these surfaces can be damaged by isopropyl alcohol. And so stick with, you know, hot water and maybe once in a while a tiny bit of dish soap. You know, just get yourself a microfiber cloth because they're really good at scraping crap off. You know, just, you know, hot water and just scrub it down. That should be all it needs. Otherwise, that's it. I love this filament. I'm gonna have to get a hold of Flash Forge for more of this filament. You know, I'm gonna find out what they want for it. I want like 10 rolls. I don't need 10 rolls. I got 700 rolls. I don't need 10 rolls, but I do like this filament. It's nice. I might have to print one of those shipping containers tonight. I think that'd be a fun next print to print because that is just a beautiful orange. Now that's what it looks like in real life. What you're seeing right there, except that it's a little bit darker in real life, but that's closer at least. But yeah, that's nice. I love that. You don't. The only way you could change this out for something else is to install your own aluminum plate, but you would have to somehow remove the silicone pad that's attached to this, the silicone heating pad, and you might not be able to remove that without damaging it. And then even if you do remove it, you would need adhesive to 3 weeks in a row, buddy. 3 weeks. The your best bet is to put your new surface on top of this. So I will put a mag sheet on top of this and put my flex plate on top of this. I'll lose 5 millimeters of build volume, but I don't care. I just prefer flex plates. Flex plates just work so much better. But I would, maybe Artillery can sell a upgrade for this. You know, one that an aluminum plate that already has the silicone pad installed, and because it's a plug, this goes to a plug, so they could make it plug and play. They can make it so I can open the bottom and plug a new one of these in. So I'd like to see them maybe do that. Let me go. Hang on, I gotta hand them. I gotta sit my time. Cats like to make me run to the door. All done. It prints great. The print quality is some of the best I've seen in quite a while. The people to pick up the pellets were finished loading the pellets, so I had to go get the money in. But let's show off the... No, I'm live, Michelle. I know. Come on. There we go. I can get closer than that. There it is. That's what I wanted. Look at that. No droopy butt at all. Even the Z-seam is very minor. That's a very well-controlled Z-seam. Here's without light. Wow, that's an unusually good Z-seam. I didn't even realize that at first. You know, of course you get a little drooping on the eyebrow, but they all do that. The only printers that don't have that drooping are resin printers. You see the center peak is good. These bottom peaks are good. No drooping. No dangly balls. I'm very, very happy with that. The key ring is nice and strong. You know, my finger's turning purple trying to press it. So the key ring's nice and strong. And then you have the vase, which also came out beautiful. I love this filament. Oh man, do I love this filament. I mean, it looks like candy. Actually, 0.94 might be slightly under extruding. I'm going to bump that up to 0.95. That'll probably make this watertight. See how it's like a crosshatch pattern? Ignore these lines. That's the first layer. But you see how it's like a crosshatch? That's an indication that maybe I'm under extruding just a hair. I'm running at 0.94. So I'm going to bump that up to 0.95. Now, of course, when I printed this, I printed it at 1.5x. So it's nice and strong. I am very... Oh, look how consistent that is. Very nicely done. And this is at a coarse 0.2 millimeters. So I didn't do like 0.1 or anything like that. That's a pretty shot right there. Very cool. But yeah, fantastic job. My only complaint is the bed not being removable. Not a fan of that. But either make that removable or sell us a nice thick 6mm aluminum plate that's mic'd out. You know, with the holes already in it, so we can just swap it out. Because this is a plug. All I gotta do is undo 2 screws. I can pop this out, and with the if you make the new one with the plug, it'll plug right in. So selling us a I wasn't paying attention to time. I told them to come at 4:30. They came at 4:28, so that was my fault. But yeah, it worked out great. I'm very pleased with this. Any questions? Yeah, for the Genius Pro, I give it a conditional, not a bad buy. You know, you won't regret it. Conditionally. And no Z banding, so they got the geometry correct and everything's aligned properly. So the only 2 suggestions I make is removable bed option and change out to a smaller stick. This is bad. Hey, Daryl. And also, come on, Artillery. Really? Your thing is blue, guys. So where's the blue stick? Come on, your whole thing is blue, so this should be a blue stick. I love the fact that they include a tool bag. Where did that go? Already lost it. Oh, here it is. The only thing I'd like to see is I'd like to see the tool bag be big enough to hold the instruction manual. These printers are filling a Connex container behind my house. They're just lined up in the Connex container. I almost have the means. I think I have a kid who might have a couple friends who might be willing to do it for barter to help me empty a Connex container and move in all of my shelving. Because if I can get all the shelving moved in... Oh yeah, it needs a belt tensioner for this. Needs a way of tightening this. I mean, it is tight enough, but you know, what if this has to be replaced? That could be a bit of a nightmare. But that's a minor thing. It's not like a huge deal. So yeah, my bathroom has about 9 printers in it. My desk out here has 4 plus the resins. So I got 7 printers out here. And then the rest are in the bus in the Connex container. So yeah, I have a lot of freaking printers. Now, somewhere between 160 and 170. So, although I just got a couple more. Vince had a couple printers, so I grabbed them. There's this little tiny toy printer, you know, a little cheap toy printer. And then also a Voxel Lab printer, so we'll have both of those to go over. I've tried selling them. Either they want to give me too little where it's not worth my time to even sell it, or there's just no interest whatsoever. Even during the crush when everybody was doing the 3D printed PPE and stuff like that during COVID, even during that, nobody wanted them. You know, the only machines people wanted were the machines I wasn't willing to give up. You know, my Ender 3s, my CR10s, you know, the nice machines, the CR6SEs, the Ender 5s. They want those, but those are the machines I don't want to give up. So, what is the life on the PEI flex plate? I don't know. But it's certainly cheap enough to replace, and I don't typically use PEI. I use PC. I prefer build surfaces that don't require a heat bed. Or at least build surfaces that won't fail if the heat bed turns off. So you know that original heat bed that original surface the Ender 2s and the Ender 3s came with? You know, flat, smooth, semi fabric like. I prefer that. Oop. Oh, that Marvin is gone. He just disappeared into the black hole. He is history. Yeah, this is the only fan that makes noise. Let me turn this off. But good job. I'm pleased. I'm very, very happy with this. I don't see any bad shortcuts. I don't see any places where they slacked off. And I see improvements on most things. So that's what I want to see. I want to see them making them better. And $350 is not a bad price. Direct drive, Volcano hot end. So maybe I'll stuff a 0.8mm nozzle on this. Nope, never found a septic tank. The only way I didn't even try. The only way I'm going to find that septic tank is to pay someone to come out with radio sounding equipment. Do you have a link to the one you use? What do you mean the one I use? I use Wham Bam. You know, unless I get like a freebie from Vince or something like that, I use Wham Bam almost exclusively. As far as the sticker that I put on the bed, well, the ones I use aren't available anymore. So what I would have to do if I ended up needing more stickers is I would have to order one or two, see if I like them, and then order more of them. Because they're all a little different. They're not all the same. Let me check. I did see a message from you. Here we go. And it does have an attachment. Yes, you sent me another combined file. On August 21st, you sent that to me. I'm assuming that's a revision. Okay, combined. Let's call this AUG21. I have somewhere between 160 and 170 printers. Roughly. Maybe 175. Okay. The latest email from you is August 21st. And that is, yes, that's fine. That is this one. So that is that. Now, what the cool thing is, I'll have to change my nozzle, but I can print this. No, I don't have a running print farm. I do not have sufficient power source here. At this property, I only have 100 amp service. So I could never run a farm. I did find out that if I rotate this bad boy. So where's my rotation? Here's rotation. Nope, not that one. That one. 90 degrees this way. And 45 degrees this way. And now that will fit on the Anycubic Chiron. So flat and 45 degrees, and this will fit on a 400 by 400 bed. As you can see here, the dimensions are 390 by 390 when you print it diagonally. So I will be able to print that flat. Depending on how big these are, maybe I could use the 1.2 millimeter nozzle that's already on there. I'll have to try it. But there might not be enough precision with the 1.2, so I'll probably go back to a 0.4 to print this. Let me save that. Export binary. Downloads. Looks like it, yeah. Hello, Paul. We're going pretty good. So, combined. Flat. There we go. This way it's all set for me. I store all my printers all around the house. So right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 15 printers in the bathroom. I have 9 printers here in the lab. I have 4 printers in my bedroom. And 2 printers sitting there on the floor. So that's 10 printers, 11 printers here in the lab. And then the rest are out in the container. And on the bus. In various stages of disassembly. Today we printed a Marvin and a vase. We have 2 cats. We figured 2 cats was optimal since we could each have a cat and the 2 cats could have each other for company. And it turns out that was a great idea because they really get along with each other. I mean, these cats will curl up together on that perch right there. We got lucky. They are good cats. Yeah, they're a little expensive. If you want cheaper ones, check out T3D. He also has flex plates. But $93 seems like a lot. Is there some unusual shipping thing going on there? I thought it was around 60, 70 bucks, not 90. You can also get cheap Chinese ones off Amazon, right around 35, 40 bucks. The magnets aren't as strong, the adhesives aren't as good, the plates aren't as well made, but they do work. They work fine. The weather is 87 degrees and 20% humidity. We did hit 91, but now we're cooling down again as the sun starts to set. And we will probably... Where's my watch? It must be in the bathroom still. I took it off when I got a shower last night. Looks like... Yeah, we did hit 91. And we are going to go down to 59 degrees tonight. That's going to be 88 tomorrow. Slightly cloudy, which will be nice. It'll help keep things cool. 86 Friday, possible thunder shower, and 86 Saturday. And it'll be 20% humidity through all that. Very, very little humidity. Actually, it's not hot. Okay. Temperature is relative to density, radiation, and humidity. So, like for example, right now, it's 80 degrees in my house. And I'm actually a little chilly. Like I'm thinking about turning the air conditioner up a couple notches. Well, it's 80 degrees at the ceiling. It's probably more like 75 down here. So, humidity is like a thermal blanket. The more humidity you have, the more heat energy the atmosphere retains. Now, that's also relative to density. I live at 7,000 feet. 220 by 220 by 250. So standard Ender 3 i3 size. I live at almost 7,000 feet. So the air here is like 40% thinner than at ground level, at sea level. So thinner air is also going to retain less heat. And also 20% humidity at 7,000 feet is drier than 20% humidity at 0 feet. So it is very, very dry here. And the air does not retain heat. So when you go outside and it's hot, it's not because the air is warm. It's because you're being irradiated by solar radiation. Think of it like this. A fire is hot two ways. Okay? If we think of this as a fire, and you put your hands in front of the fire like this, you feel the heat. That's radiation. Okay? Now you also have direct heat. Touch the fire. All right? Different kind of heat. Okay? Now, at sea level, most of your heat doesn't come from solar radiation. Well, ultimately, it all comes from solar radiation, but I'm talking about directly in the moment. Most of it comes from the thermal blanket surrounding you, the hot, humid air. You have a thick atmosphere above you that blocks most of that solar radiation. Here at 7,000 feet, we don't. So I've actually had plastic melt on the dash of my car in the wintertime when it was 11 degrees outside. Because the inside of the car still hit 140. Basically, in the wintertime here, you can wear shorts as long as there's no clouds. Because the solar radiation will warm you directly. Even though the air is actually cold, it doesn't sap you of much heat because it's thin and it has no moisture. So here, you actually need it to be 5 to 10 degrees warmer in order to feel the same warmth. So, 85, 90 degrees here feels great as long as you're not in direct sunlight. If you're in direct sunlight, not only is it 85, 90 degrees out, but now the solar radiation is cooking you directly. So yeah, the sun is brutal. But if you can affect any kind of shade at all, the algorithm completely changes. I go outside underneath of that carport. It could be 90 degrees out and it feels perfectly fine. Don't get me wrong, it can get warm, but it really does not feel bad. You just got to make sure you stay hydrated. Because if you don't stay hydrated, you'll dry out quick. Because when it's dry out, the cues that your body uses to warn you that you're dehydrated don't work. Because you don't really sweat out here. And what little sweat you do sweat evaporates immediately. So when I say sweat, I don't mean you're not perspiring. I mean you're not getting drippy wet with sweat. That doesn't happen too often. Unless you're in the sun, of course. Exactly. So here we have something called swamp coolers or evaporative air conditioners. I got rid of mine because it's a nightmare, especially with hard water. And I also prefer refrigerated air because 3D printing doesn't like moisture. But you ever see those little air conditioners? They're called. They're not air conditioners, but little air conditioners. You fill them with water, and you think, well, this thing is shit. It doesn't work. Well, yeah. If it's 90 degrees with 81% humidity, it's not going to work. So to see how one of these things works is actually pretty easy. You all can do this right now with me live on video. I want you to take your hand and I want you to lick it. You taste good, don't you? Anyway, blow over it now. You should feel a sharp temperature drop when you blow over your hand. And that's because the saliva that you just licked onto your hand is evaporating. And the evaporative process absorbs heat. So it's acting like a heat sink. That evaporating saliva is drawing heat away from your body. Well, eventually I'm going to get you guys to taste each other. And you'll realize we all taste like chicken. And then enacting the ETP protocol will be a lot easier. So, the way a swamp cooler works is you run water through like a sponge film material, like a spongy material, and then you blow air through the filter material. As the air blows through the filter material, some of the water evaporates, and when it does that, it draws heat from the passing air that's passing through it. So the air that comes out of it is cooler, and it's surprisingly effective. It actually does work. The problem we have with evaporative coolers is that give you swamp ass. Swamp ass is no fun, man. What do you call that? Jungle rot? But yeah, that's no fun. Jungle rot. Well, for those who don't know, jungle rot is when your ass or your thighs, where your skin rubs together, but you're covered in sweat, so it makes the skin raw. It can actually bleed. It's very, very... well, the energy comes from the motion of the air. So the fan blowing the air, that's your energy. And the evaporative process itself is also an energetic process. So if there's no energy available to cause the evaporation, well, here, another experiment, okay? Lick your hand. Do nothing. No cooling effect. Add energy to the equation. You get a cooling effect. See? So if you just put water over a filter, you're not going to get a cooling effect. You have to blow air through it. When you blow air through it, the air adds energy. So the air is hitting water molecules and giving them enough energy to jump off of the main body of water. There's two ways you could to evaporate. A lot of people think that evaporation is boiling. It's not. Boiling is something different. Think of the surface of water as like quantum foam. You've got these little water molecules with just enough energy, and they want to leap off, but they can't. They need a kick. So one of the ways that we measure this is called the pan evaporation rate. That's photons from the sun. That's photons from the sun hit the water molecules and give them enough energy to jump off, and they become water vapor in the air. Well, you're doing the same thing with a fan. You're blowing over the water, which grabs some of those molecules of water and takes it with it. So that's the energy. That's where your energy is coming from. But it's a lot less energy than an air conditioner. So a swamp cooler takes a whole lot less energy. But I question here whether it's actually saving any money, simply because you got to pay for the water. Now, if you have your own well, you're going to have savings. But if you're paying for city water, and city water is expensive, well, you got to add the cost of the water too. Although apparently it's not much. Apparently the line feeding it was like a 1/4 inch on the outside, so it's like an 1/8 inch on the inside. No, the fan, the air molecules bumping into the water cause the evaporation. They probably facilitate an increase because you're adding energy. But again, lick your hand and just hold it there. It's not cooling down. You got to add energy. Now all of a sudden it cools down. Because the natural rate of evaporation is insufficient to actually cool you. Oh, okay. A way to describe that. If this is your house has energy transfer in both directions. You have things taking heat away, and you have things adding heat. So you have an air conditioner that is taking heat out of the house. Oh, yes, I am right. You can't increase the rate of evaporation without adding energy. The moving air is energy. So, yes, I am right. But the environment is adding heat to the house. It's not exactly the same, but it's still adding energy. We're not here to have a in-depth physics discussion. We're here to understand the basics of a swamp cooler and how it works. But if the environment is adding heat to the house faster than you're removing heat from the house, you have a net gain in heat. Your house gets hotter. Same thing happens in the winter. If you add, no effect. What do you mean if you add, no effect? That's an incomplete sentence. What did you mean to say? Oh, I shouldn't have these tabs open. They're pissing off the thing. You want to make an electric motor turn faster, you need to add more energy. If you want to make the water evaporate faster, you have to add more energy. Well, when you turn on the fan and blow it through the wet filter, you're adding more energy. The natural rate that the environment can evaporate water from that filter will not generate enough of a BTU transfer to overcome the heat being added by the environment around you, meaning the sun will heat your house up faster. I already said that, AGA. That's how the evaporation process works. When the water evaporates, it has to draw off energy from somewhere. Well, it draws off heat energy from your body. The problem is that doesn't happen fast enough. We have to speed that process up. So we have to add more energy to the process. Does that make sense? Is that more clear or? Okay. The same thing happens in the winter in reverse. Your house is leaking heat. Okay, so something important to realize, you can't make cold. There's no way to I might be describing this wrong, but you can't make cold. You can make heat and you can move heat. So cold, when you open the door to your house, not counting the wind, cold doesn't come into your house. Heat leaves your house. Energy always moves from hot to cold, never from cold to hot. That's why heat pumps are kind of weird. They're not actually breaking any rules, but they sound like they are. Okay, that was pretty funny. Exactly. Heat pump moves heat. And since you're only moving it and not making it, it's more efficient. Deal with it, Karen. But oh, I found out I was actually wrong. It's amazing. I explain to people that masks aren't to protect you. Masks are to stop you from infecting other people. It's to stop the spread. It's a form of source control. Well, it turns out I was actually wrong. Some Japanese scientists just finished performing an experiment using actual COVID virus in the lab and found out that masks actually are also effective as first-party protection. A simple, garbage one-layer cloth mask actually reduces your exposure to COVID by 17%, which is, considering it's a single layer of fabric, is not bad. A proper multi-layer, 3 to 5 layer surgical style mask, 47% reduction. So they actually also work for first-party protection. So there. So if you can only absorb heat, how do you cool down? You make something else absorb your heat. In this case, you sweat. Your sweat evaporates. That process takes heat away from your body. This is why when it's ultra humid out, this is why you have a heat index. There's a word for it. There's actually a word for the temperature at which people begin to die, because that temperature, it has to do with humidity. It has to do with when the evaporative cooling system of your body ceases to function. Because when the humidity is too high at a certain temperature, your body can no longer vent its heat to the atmosphere around you. It can't get rid of its excess heat. And your body is constantly making heat simply by being alive. You are a heat engine. You are not 98 degrees. You're 120, 130 degrees. Your body regulates to 98 degrees. If your body stopped regulating, you'd be 105, 110 pretty quick because your engine is still going, making heat. Okay? So your body uses perspiration, panting, sweating, etc. to vent heat to the environment around you. I got you, Daryl. So that you can regulate yourself down to the 99 degrees that you want to be on the inside. Well, when the humidity and temperature gets too high, the evaporative cooling system of your body ceases to function. So now your body is making heat faster than you can get rid of it. So your temperature begins to rise, like your whole body. And when that happens, people start dying. In a dry environment, that's different. You can survive a much, much higher temperature as long as you can protect yourself from the solar radiation and as long as you can stay hydrated. Because the same thing, imagine a cooling system in your car, but instead of circulating that coolant, you expel the coolant. And when you expel that coolant, you've got to replace it before you overheat. So you have to stay hydrated in order to avoid running out of sweat, so to speak. That's a very dramatic oversimplification, but you see the point. So because it feels so, we determine thirst in large part by how icky we feel, how hot we feel. Well, when you're in a dry environment, you don't feel hot. So many people get to a point of dehydration, to a lethal point of dehydration, and they don't realize it because it doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Yet they're dying of dehydration. So that's why whenever we have a launch in a desert environment, they drill it into you again and again and again. Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Did you drink water? You'll go up to check in for your rocket. Did you drink some water? Do you have a bottle of water on you so that when you go walking a half a mile out into the field, you don't keel over from heat stroke? These little swamp cooler air conditioners get a bad rap because most of the country can't use them. Because in most of the country, you guys have humidity. When your humidity is 61%, 81%, swamp coolers don't work because the delta's too small. They technically they do still work. As long as they can evaporate, they work. But the amount of temperature change that they can affect gets smaller and smaller and smaller the more humidity you have, to the point where you can't tell a difference. And worse, they're evaporating water. So you're making it more humid. So you're making it actually harder for your body to cool off. So you might be cooling the room down 2 degrees, but then you're increasing your body temperature 5 degrees because you've made it more humid. And now you can't cool down. Here in this environment, additional humidity is a good thing because there is such a thing as too low humidity. Whatever, it's a heat engine. Ultimately, all energy is heat. That's why the universe will die the heat death of entropy. Exactly. So it's harder to evaporate the water, so your delta is smaller, and now you're making your environment more humid, which makes it harder for you to cool down. Where I live, we can actually benefit from more humidity because there is such a thing as too little humidity. It could be too dry for your body. It starts to dry out your throat, starts to dry out your lungs. Actually, Air conditioners did not start off as air conditioners. They started off as dehumidifiers. They started off as removing heat energy. And well, the simplest form of energy is heat. Eventually, all forms of energy devolve to heat. Well, that's partially because it's low humidity. So when you live at high altitude and you live in a dry environment, not only do swamp coolers work, but you don't require as much energy to make your environment comfortable. I run a 27,000 BTU triple head mini split refrigerated air conditioning system in my house, and it adds like $30 to my electric bill. It's hardly anything because it doesn't have to work very hard. This air conditioner doesn't have to do a lot of work to make my environment comfortable for me because the air is thin and the air is dry. Now, put the same air conditioner at the same temperature in Pennsylvania, and that thing will cost me $200 a month to run because it'll be working its ass off trying to make the environment comfortable for me. Because a huge portion of what an air conditioner does to make you comfortable is remove the humidity. Well, we already have the humidity removed. So all it has to do is cool the air down a little bit. So an air conditioner is dual function. It's removing the humidity and it's chilling the air. Well, the chilling of the air doesn't actually take that much energy. I mean, I'm only lowering the temperature of the air 20 degrees. That's not a big delta. The bulk of the work is the humidity removal, which is why swamp coolers work so well. Because remember, swamp coolers are not efficient coolers. They're very ineffective in a large sense. That's why you got to have such a gigantic filter with all that water going through it in order to do its job. But the good news is you don't need much because you live in Santa Fe. So you're at what's Santa Fe? 6,000 feet? So you're at 6,000 or 7,000 feet. You're probably similar to what I'm at. I'm assuming you're similar to what I'm at. So you're at high altitude, so you got thin air and you got dry air. So it doesn't actually have to do a whole lot of work to make you comfortable. While at lower elevations, you know, in Huntsville, Alabama, or whatever Florida, wherever you want to live in Florida that's not near the ocean, you're talking about the same temperature delta. It might be 85, 90 degrees in Florida. You want to get it down to 70. All right, so the delta is the same. So why does your air conditioner have to run 24/7 and cost you $500 a month to run? Because you have all that fucking moisture that you got to pull out of the air. Because 70 degrees at 80% humidity still feels like shit. And the other big reason I got rid of the swamp cooler was roof damage. There, as you can see right there, actually. See that damage to the roof right there? The popcorn coatings coming off. We don't have an next important date right now. I think he's just I think both sides are filing motions. Summary judgment motions. And I don't want to talk details because they suggested I probably shouldn't talk details since the dickwads at Elderwood definitely watch me. Like they made a big deal about the fact that I had an eBay listing open for floppy disks and floppy drives. And I was like, well, yeah, I found floppy disks from high school and you indicated that those were important. So I figured it was important that if these things were readable, maybe I should be able to copy them since they're 25 years old. Turns out it's pointless. The disks are destroyed. They'll never be readable. And I couldn't find any new floppy disks. All I can find is floppy disks that were also 20 years old. So they're going to be in just as bad a shape as the disks I have. So there's no point. I also didn't have a computer anymore that could read a 5 1/4 inch floppy disk. So I was looking for a floppy drive. I was hoping that, like, they have 3.5 inch floppy drives that go to USB. I was hoping maybe someone made something for the 5 1/4s that would work. No. It's just, I'm too far past. Anytime you have a new technology, there's a crossover period where the two technologies mix, and you get a lot of funky, weird adapters and stuff like that because you've got people with both technologies. Well, that's when you would need to look for that kind of stuff. Now, that stuff's long gone. But, yeah, they were making a big stink about that. I was like, what did you think I was searching for? I mean, what did you think was going on? They're desperate. Yeah, no doubt, but I didn't find any at the time, and by the time I found out the discs were not readable anyway, because there's actually creases and dents in the disc, so the actual floppy part is damaged. And so once I realized that discs were never going to be readable, I just gave up searching. I didn't even bother. I have no doubt their adapters are out there, because it uses the same plug as the 5 1/4, so it should be totally possible. But I just gave up looking because there's no point. Yeah, another one guy said, well, why do they call it a floppy disk if it isn't floppy? I was like, did you ever open the little metal door? I was like, inside the hard shell, there's actually a floppy disk inside. I was like, the little hard shell just protects it. It's like having a case. The largest I ever actually got to use was 5 1/4, because when we had the 286 computers in drafting class in school for running AutoCAD, they used 5 1/4 inch at first. So all my old AutoCAD discs are all 5 1/4. But in the storage shed for the football team, I found some 8-inch and 12-inch floppy disks. I was like, I didn't even know that existed. I mean, like, it looks like a 5 1/4, but it's like this big. I was like, holy crap, that's cool. I wish I would have kept a couple of them just because they'd be cool to hang up on the wall. I don't think I brought them with me. I think I threw them away. But I had platters from the early hard drives. We're talking a hard disk platter this big. We used them as deadly frisbees. Yeah, Windows 3.1 with what was like 12 floppy disks or something like that. Remember Windows 95 and it was like 35 floppy disks or 31 floppy disks, something like that. It was like 30 something floppy disks if I remember right. I could be remembering wrong. But I remember Windows 95 being a ridiculous number of floppy disks. Maybe I'm just totally embellishing that, but I remember being a lot. Yeah, you just go disc 1, disc 2, disc 3. You just keep putting it in. Man, when we got our first optical drive, we got our first CDs. It was so wonderful. Man, you'd have 600 megabytes all on one disc. A 3.5-inch floppy, I've had them die, but a 5 1/4, the discs will be bad, but I bet you those drives still work. Those things were built like tanks. I think I still have my rip-off copy of Doom on floppy disk. I kept it just because it says Doom. I love Doom. That was fun. But that was fun stuff. Oh. Yeah, and they're trying to claim that I have no standing because I'm just doing this for, to go after them. I never even heard of them before they came after me. I never heard of Elderwood Academy before they came after me. Oh yeah, it's so much faster. But I still have a problem. I mean, it's probably just this computer, where you'll have a USB 3 port and a USB 3 device, and you'll plug it in, and it still says this device can perform faster. Oh my God, a wall-sized floppy. I'd have loved to have seen that. No, I did not see that. I thought I just heard you make a noise. I did. What is that? I like it. I like that. Yeah, I'm saving that. Yeah, that's mine now. Really? They you download it from them? That's awesome. I still remember Tooth Invaders on my VIC 20. And I feel so annoyed that I left it behind. I mean, I probably never would have played with it, but I still liked it. I had a Vectrix. It's a little cabinet game. Control panel pops off on the front to be a controller. A CRT, like ray scanned um, monitor to play the game. And I would play Spike, and I would play a similar game to Asteroids. It was called Vectrix, and I forgot it. I left it behind. It was sitting up in my closet, and I figured I'll leave it up there in the closet so I don't get damaged until I'm ready to stow it, and I totally forgot it. My brain was not functioning properly. How I successfully made that move, I don't know. Because my brain was not in the right way. Is it really? Of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah, of course. It's probably worth a lot, too. Yeah. It's in a landfill in Pennsylvania right now, but yeah, of course. I remember seeing something about the BuzzFix kits. Of course. But, yeah, it's fun. You know, just I forgot a lot of stuff. I brought a lot of stuff I shouldn't have brought. Just junk. Junk that'll probably sit in that Connex container until the day I die. Some archaeologist is going to go, why do you have all this shit here? Just. Yeah, I had cassettes for my VIC 20 as well. I also had a black and white and color Trash 80s. I had the full cabinet Trash 80 with the two 5 1/4 and the black and white screen. I had a Mattel Aquarius. I even had the printer. That was pretty cool. But I had a lot of old computers, and I tried to give them away, but nobody wanted them. Yep, I had six VIC 20s, 64s, Amigas. I think I had an SGI. My dad had it for something a long time ago, and he gave it to me. It never even plugged it in, never even ran it. It was just cool to have. Um, but yeah, nobody wanted them. They all ended up going to the landfill. That sucked. Now, of course, people say, "Oh, I wanted to have a..." Yeah, but nobody wanted it at the time that I had it. I wish I'd have known about LGR back then. I probably could have sent it to him. At least some of the smaller ones that I could afford to ship out. And I had this old IBM 286 with the Math coprocessor. And the reason I had it is I wanted to attempt to run Windows 95 on a 286. From what I understand, it might be electronically impossible from a processor perspective, but it had 40 megabyte hard drives. So I was trying to figure out a way to get a copy of Windows onto the 140 megabyte hard drive so that I could then boot to DOS and install it from the other hard drive. Because I want to attempt to get Windows working on the 286. That machine was gigantic. I had an old grid computer, a laptop with a plasma screen. You know, it looked like a big suitcase and half of it would unfold to the screen. That was pretty slick. Yeah, LGR and the 8-bit guy. Yeah, I love watching their stuff. Actually, the one guy, who was the one guy? He just did a whole episode on turn signals. It was fascinating. I loved it. It was wonderful to watch. I gotta find it. No, I don't want to open YouTube because it'll mess up things. But yeah, I love just. I don't know. It's nice to see that kind of stuff immortalized a little bit. It's the one thing where you hope YouTube never goes away, so that this content will never go away. You know, because it's the biggest problem with the internet is that with anything digital is that it requires maintenance. It requires upkeep. A book, as long as you keep it dry and keep the moisture and bugs away from it, it can just sit on a shelf for hundreds and hundreds of years. But this, it can sit for a while, but eventually the bits in there will decay, and you've got to transfer it to something else, and you've got to protect it because it's not nearly as it's not so much that it's not as durable, it doesn't have as much error correction because the density is so high that a tiny error that would just, affect the corner of a page in a book would wipe out volumes on that. And so it's durable while also being fragile at the same time. It's kind of weird. But like YouTube, without somebody to pay for, maintain, and run those servers, those petaflops worth of servers, all this content would disappear. It would all go away. And it's only getting bigger because people aren't deleting content. They're just adding more, adding more, adding more. And I don't want them to delete it, I want to be able to go back 50 years and watch a YouTube video, that'd be fascinating. Like I just uploaded, if you go to Life of Nerys, I just uploaded a bunch of videos from, over 20 years ago that I recorded, from around 20 years ago. And it was just fascinating to upload this old video from CES, 20 years ago, or from the Pennsylvania Farm and Hunter show, the sportsman show, that was from 1990 whatever, from forever ago. And it's just fascinating to see that old content like that. I got one. Do I have it right here? No, I think it's on the other computer. Yeah, it's on the other computer, I think. It's not on this one. Let me delete that since we know it's 0 bytes. Oh, I found the picture of my filament. I have 2 of these filled with filament. That is a 4x4x4 foot pallet crate. It's a folding pallet crate. There's the second one there. So I have 2 of these completely filled with filament. It's still sitting on the bus in the pallet crates because how am I going to move it? I can't. The best I could do is, well, first of all, I got to get there's 4 of those pallet crates. You got 2 on the bottom filled with filament, and then they stack. So there's a pallet crate on top of each of those filled with printers. So I have to take all the printers out of the top pallet crates, take it in my backyard. I have to take the printers out of the pallet crates, then fold and take down the pallet crates. Yeah, I didn't even, it's kind of hilarious how I got this much filament. None of it was free. I paid for all of it. I didn't realize how much I was buying. It got to the point where it's just like, you know, click, 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 and then stack it on the side in the room. And I didn't realize how much I had until I was loading it onto the bus. I was like, what the fuck? How much? I called back. I was like, how much is left? He's like, we're not even halfway. And I was like, what? Like, what are you? Well, what it is the porno shop that I was running that shop off my Amazon card. Okay? So I was buying everything from cleaner to receipt paper to supplies to merchandise for the store. I have a $3,500 credit limit on that card. I was maxing it out twice a month. I was spending $7,000 a month on that credit card. More. I think one month I hit $9,000. And you know, I was like every few days I was making $1,000 payment, $2,000 payment to the card. And it's because I was using it for the business. So I would buy, you know, $800 in merchandise, and then of course, you know, the store would pay for that merchandise. Well, here's the cool thing. I get 5% cashback rewards for everything I buy on Amazon. So, what's 5% of $7,000? It's a lot of money. It's like $350, $400. So I was getting $350 to $400 per month in rewards points from the cashback from Amazon, the Prime card. So I would spend that money on filament, okay, because it was free. Didn't cost me anything. I didn't have to buy anything. I was buying stuff for the store, and the store was paying for it. So I was getting $350 to $400 a month in rewards points for 3 years. Now remember, this was before the tariff situation. I know, it's crazy, right? Before the tariff situation with China, you guys remember when I posted those filament alert videos? Yeah, I made about $100-$150 off each of those videos. That's why I love posting them. But I would only post them when I thought there was enough supply that, you know, you guys wouldn't buy it all in 30 seconds. So it was pretty regular. No problem, Piker. Thank you. Yeah, I get one of those little ice makers. They're very handy. A little desktop ice maker. So I would, you know, it was pretty common, you know, once or twice a month, there'd be a deal for $10 or less for a kilogram of filament. So of course, whenever I'd find one of those deals, I would buy some too. I'd spend, you know, $200, buy 20, 30 rolls of filament. And because it cost me nothing. It's zero. It was a gift card balance on my Amazon card that I got buying stuff for the business. So it cost me absolutely nothing. It was free filament for me. And sometimes I used the money to buy merchandise for the store. But most of the time, I kept that. That rewards money was mine. That was my... that was basically my pay from the store because I didn't get paid. We didn't make enough money for me to get paid. Not with Logan stealing. But anyway, I was buying, you know, $300 or $400 in filament a month. And I wasn't paying full price for it. Most of it, you know, I'd buy some filament at full price, but most of it was, you know, like that one day. Remember those 800-gram rolls for $2.99 a roll? I think I bought like 80 rolls. I mean, not only was it stupid cheap, but they had a lot. I bought like 80 rolls of filament. And I wanted to buy more, but I wanted to make sure you guys had something to buy because I made money when you guys bought filament. I made like 80 cents on every roll you guys bought because the Amazon affiliate thing. It's a lot less now. Amazon cut the rates back big time. Greedy bastards. But the result of that is I would get giant boxes of filament and I would just push it into the corner, you know, because I didn't care. I had the filament I was using this week, so it's just more filament I got, and I would stack it, stack it, stack it, stack it, stack it, and I didn't realize how much I had until we had to move it all out of the house and into these crates, and I was like, holy shit! I got like 700 rolls of filament. Wow. Incredible, incredible. It just Pygar, you have to think about it logically. How much are you spending in ice? If you're spending more than, 10 or 20 bucks a month in ice, then it's equitable to buy the ice machine, because you can get them for under 100 bucks usually. They're usually about 130, but you can wait till they're on sale. You can get one for under 100, and then you just make your own ice. Now, if you need a lot of ice, this doesn't work. But if you just need ice for you and a couple family members for drinking and stuff like that, it works great. So what happens when I'm getting ready to prepare dinner, I'll turn on the ice machine. And this way, by the time dinner's done, there's enough ice in there for 3 or 4 glasses. And yeah, just about. Well, now I'm not buying filament at all, unless I get it for free. And I just use what I have because I have the money. So I can't buy filament anymore. And now, of course, I don't have a business to spend the Amazon card on, so I don't get those kind of rewards points anymore. And well, that's because the older PLA from 10 years ago was actually PLA. Just put it in a dehydrator and the brittleness will go away. Your PLA is absorbing moisture, and the reaction to absorbing moisture for PLA is it gets brittle. So put it in a dehydrator and the brittleness should go away. But the reason for that is that the original rolls from 10 years ago, they're actually PLA. This is not PLA. This is PLA plus. Well, maybe it's PLA, but I don't think it is. The vast majority of PLA you buy today is actually a copolyester. It's mixed with other stuff. It's not pure virgin PLA. And the copolyesters give it a better temperature range, make it a little bit stronger, more pliable, and also make it less prone to absorbing moisture. So less hygroscopic. You get enough ice for a small cup in 8 minutes. You really need 16s. The second batch where you really get some ice, because the first batch melts pretty quick. But yeah, it's nice. I have 3 of them. I get them from Vince. I gotta test them. And plus, now that I have one, I don't ever want to be without one, so I always keep a spare. But the trick with the ice machines is, unless you really, really trust it, unless you have very, very good tap water, you never put tap water in one of those machines. Because if you have any calcium in your water at all, if you have any hardness at all, you're going to murder that little 5-volt water pump that's in the bottom. You won't hurt the machine. What you'll kill is the little water pump. That little tiny water pump that pumps the water from the tank up to the cavity where the little pegs that are freezing from the Freon. That little water pump will die. The hard water kills those little water pumps. That's why I kept murdering the swamp coolers that we were getting. But now that we have this, we don't need them. Because we were putting regular water in it, and that the hard water was killing the water pumps within a week. It would kill the water pump. So as long as you put clean, filtered, soft water into the ice machine, they should last forever. Ours is 6 months old now. It's still perfect. So we get the bottled water. When I say bottled water, I don't mean Perrier and what are the fancy bottles of water you get at the gas stations and stuff like that, Evian and stuff like that. I don't mean that. When we here in New Mexico say bottled water, we mean we went to the machine at Smith's for 30 cents a gallon and bought water that's been filtered and softened so that it's not hard. And so we can put it in things like ice makers and swamp coolers and feed it to cats and stuff like that, because I don't want to give them that calcium rich water. I I don't know if it'll hurt them or not. But that's what we mean when we say bottled water. And but yeah. So I'm trying to get this shed. This guy's got an 8x10 shed for $300 and he says $200 delivery. I was like, does that include assembly? I was like, if yes, I want it. You know, $500 for an 8x10, I'll take it. Yeah, you're gonna kill it. You're gonna murder that little tiny pump in there. You know, I don't want to tell you to do this because I don't know if it'll be more harmful than good, but it might be worth putting, like, you know, a few mils of vinegar in your next water run just to clear out any calcium that might be in the pump. But the acid might also kill the pump, so that might be a bad idea. But yeah, do not use hard water in your ice machine. You're going to murder it. You're going to kill it. Eventually, that little pump's going to die. Well, that little pump will die after about 5 to 7 days. Now you say, well, wait a minute, it's been a month. Well, no. 5 to 7 days of operation. So the ice machine is going to last longer because the pump only turns on to bring the water up to the top, while a swamp cooler is running 24/7. So, you know, it's about 1 week of operating time. And then your pump will die. It's very clockwork. Every single evaporative cooler we've gotten, we've murdered within 1 week. I think the longest was 8 days. I think we had one last 8 days. And I have a feeling that actually died within a week, and we just didn't know it wasn't working. All of a sudden, I noticed, I was like, when was the last time you added water to that? I don't know, a couple days ago? I was like, you realize that means it's not working, right? Because the pump had stopped pumping, it's just blowing hot air. But Walmart, 90 cents a gallon. Just get the spring water, the filtered spring water. Don't get the purified, don't get the distilled. Just get the spring water. I think it's the blue label. Dollar Tree also has it. See you later, DeWitt. Yeah, we're gonna be hanging up soon. It's 6 o'clock already. Holy crap! And I gotta make dinner. I'm hungry. I had no breakfast. I'm freaking starving. I've been munching on these pistachios, but I gotta be careful. They're expensive. You know, that's $17 for that bag, which is cheap for pistachios, but that's expensive for my budget. So I gotta not, you know, chow down on them too fast. But yeah, it's fun. I got these new slippers, and they suck. Yeah, they look nice, but they are horrible. I mean, it's got a decent bottom, and it's thick, and they feel soft and warm, nice and soft inside, and they look nice. The problem is they have no edge support. So they're going to break your fucking ankle. So what happens, you put your foot in there, and your foot tends to want to do this off the side like that, which will snap your ankle at my size. So, so not good. So yeah, that sucks. They're going to get a bad review. $17 for what? What's $17, Ronald? Yeah, well, these are shelled, so it's 1.5 pounds of actual pistachios. You know, price per pound, that's actually pretty good. So it's actual pistachios. There's no shells. So that's a lot of pistachios. That's like a 2-month supply. But it was one of the better deals I could find around here, at least. In the store, it's a hell of a lot more than that. I'm out of here, guys. I gotta make dinner before I eat more of these damn nuts. So, I'm impressed. They did a good job. The price seems fair for what it has. It's cheaper than the CR6 SE. Not quite as good as the CR6 SE. I do like the direct drive. I do like how quiet the machine is. I might experiment and see if I can get a quieter parts cooling fan, because it's so quiet that that little bit of extra might go a long way. And keep in mind, what it is not noisy. This has some of the quietest fans on any 3D printer I've ever touched. So, not bad. See you next week. Where's that stop button?